Alrighty. Just gonna go ahead and make sure this is all working. Hello, hello. Give it another minute, and there it is. Okay, I see it. Fantastic. Had to make sure that was actually working there, because we have streamed so rarely before that the last time I tried to stream, I almost didn't work it right. And then the stream before, the first one, it failed completely. It was 10 minutes behind. But yes, hello, we are currently playing on the 1.9.6 open beta. This is the open beta that is live right now as of yesterday. They did a hotfix today, which changed my opinion on actually doing it. Yesterday, there was a bug problem that basically made it to where trade wasn't happening because the AI wasn't building trade ports or trade centers. So the world market essentially died, which kind of kills this entire plan we had to export the small arms, these special small arms that we can make as the United States. That, as far as I'm aware, is now fixed, along with a few other things. So we're going to see what we can do with that. I'm just going to go ahead and start setting everything up here at the US. But feel free to ask any questions you might have, whether you're watching it now or, later on in the video version. And we do start with the William Crampton Sons company, but I always disband this company, even though it costs 1.6 million and the executive dies in the background. Personally, I don't like having it at the start. I do see, however, we now have Prestige Grain as a good, so that's interesting. And they've made it to where the standard of living can now be increased by up to 20% for pops that consume prestige goods. It was 30% yesterday. They nerfed it, but to be honest, I feel like they might nerf this again because that is insane. The Metalworks Syndicate. Oh, wow. Actually, hang on. They've actually nerfed the Metalworks Syndicate. These used to have multiple buildings. Now it's only tool workshops. But it gives a 5% throughput. Actually, this is not a nerf. Wow. Hello. 5% throughput on everything. Hi, Effie. Welcome. You're the first one to talk. Not that I don't mind lurkers. Sometimes you just want to lurk and watch. Craft paper. Oh no, they've added regular paper. So Japan's special paper isn't as special now. It's still special though. I want to get the food syndicate just because I like the 5% birth rate in the gourmet groceries. Though now that it increases one's standard of living, that'll be interesting. Hi Flash. Hello. I'm doing fine, Effie. I had work earlier and then I got the fun trip of walking all the way home in the hot sun. So I'm awake. But this is what we're looking for. Colts Patent Firearms Manufacturing Company. That is a mouthful. But it makes special small arms, which if you know this, small arms can be used to satisfy leisure needs. So you can get an obsession with them. And our hope is to generate obsessions with them. Another member of the Victoria 3 community tried as the US, and unfortunately things just didn't roll as one would have hoped. There was just kind of, last I checked when I asked, there had been no obsessions, which was unfortunate, that he could find. So what we are going to do is build up some food industries relatively early. Actually, you know what? We're going to do this. Because we're going to try to just trigger the company early, because I am very biased for the food industry company. Yeah, the Tooling Syndicate did have guns, and it was artillery, I believe. They have now made generic versions of that. As you can see here, there's now a generic version of small arms that you can make. So the Colts are technically not unique anymore, but we're going to use them anyway. However, high-grade explosives. You know what this is great for? More than just mines. We're not going to go into that further. YouTube might be staring down our necks if we say anything else. But if you know Russian history in the 1800s and high-grade explosives, that might be all I need to say on that one. It looks like they've added... Oh, this is just General Electric Motors. I'm sorry, that's actually unique. I'm trying to see any other companies they've added, because they've added some more generic and historical stuff, but it's not final, and it's not all in the beta and ready to go, but they're planning to add it by the time the actual update launches on the 8th. God, I'm tempted to get Metalworks now for that manufacturing throughput, but we'll probably get it later. We are still probably going to form a power block. I've actually not decided on a power block yet, whether we want to do the trade league, which is great for the exports that we're planning, or if we want to be silly and do religious convocation for the birth rate it gives, just because. I haven't settled on that yet, and I don't plan to establish the power block immediately. We could do it, But what I'm probably going to do is buff up a couple relations and then pop it. Yeah, it's kind of a mixture of more early game and late game companies, I would say. Because some of these companies, I don't know how all the ones they've added, but some of the ones like generic munitions here giving high grade explosives. Now, you're probably not going to grab that right away, but you might consider grabbing that when you start using explosives a lot in your mines. Because remember that prestige goods give a throughput bonus. So if you've got prestige tools and prestige explosives, that's pretty good. You can actually get prestige oil as well if you seize Baku. I did see that they nerfed the company HQs, but Flash, I actually think while it looks like a nerf on the outside for employment, it might be a buff for reinvestment. Because keep in mind, ignore the fact that capitalists are poor at the start. That's probably a bug from the beta that will fix itself. Now, before there were shopkeepers here. Shopkeepers do not reinvest as many dividends, but they got some of the dividends from the companies. Now all the dividends go to the capitalists and they reinvest a larger percentage. So you do get less employment from the HQs and financial districts, but you are going to see an increase in reinvestment because now there's more capitalists and less shopkeepers. Unless you were doing a communist run, in which case you're probably gonna tell the financial district, give us all your stuff. They've actually changed this too, the military assistance treaty. This used to actually give artillery, but the US would always fail it because you don't produce artillery at the start. It looks like someone got the memo on that and correctly changed it. I'm trying to think of our first law change. I haven't even decided on the type of government we're going to form today. If we even get that far. We'll probably get that far. We'll change out the police force and go from there. We'll just change out the police force and figure it out as we go. And if we crash, we crash. Which could be literal if the game decides to do that. Oh, Circassians, fantastic. I do know what I did forget to do, because when I'm yammering on, I start to forget things that I need to do in the background that I normally just do. There are a few production methods that have to be changed at the start because they aren't set properly at the start. Theocracy? True, we could do a theocracy. Does God will the usage of guns? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I think that might be something we do though. I am kind of leaning towards that theocracy idea. We'll consider it and kind of go from there. Mecklenburg wants a defense pact. Why? Why? You know, I am so amused by this. New York is still buggy. Oh no. New York, what'd you do? We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, maybe we go for the Protestant church. And in fact, do we need more construction? Because we're actually making a lot of money. Yeah, I think we need more construction. The amount I put down is not enough. Let's use the South. I'm sure they're not doing anything bad down there that would be concerning. Ask some money. We could ask people for... Oh, we could have asked Mecklenburg for money, but I think they're too poor. I just found it so... I'm just so amused by their willingness to ask that I'm willing to say yes. Solely to kind of just see what happens. How many Circassians are we getting? I know it's probably not many. Oh. We're getting... The answer is 0. We're getting none. we got like 7... We got like 3,000 and that was it. Landed voting has a purpose now? In a way it does. Oh, the graphics for it disappear. Okay, I thought that... I mean, that's still bad. Obviously, we don't want that kind of bug in the game. But I thought it was like buggy as in like my New York was about to just disappear from the face of the earth, and I was really concerned. Hey, Jackson's still here. He's just retired now. He's not present. Wow, Jackson is still alive. He's managed to get past a year in the game. Cool. Bleeding Iowa! This is supposed to be Kansas. Why is it Iowa? We are going to try to dismantle slavery just because I'm biased against it. Also landowners. I'm just biased against the landowners in general, really. So anything that nerfs the landowners has my seal of approval. You know what else has my seal of approval? The usage of certain laws to increase your authority that we won't name directly. Texas survived! That bodes well. Texas surviving bodes very well. Did these already fill up? We did. Okay, I am assigning way less construction than I think I'm assigning. So let's go deficit spend. I hope you are. Yes, yes I am. Do not worry. Probably. Book burnings. We're just going to ignore that, chat. We want the... Think about the extra authority that we will definitely maybe not use in the future. Yes. We already have a part of Texas. I was going to say we already have Texas and then had to remind myself, no, you have a part of Texas. So let's do the fun thing of realizing that, oh, someone mentioned that there was like a bug where base article reluctance was firing twice. We could overcome that. You can now ask for obligations though. Religious block, yes. We will do the religious power block. That's what I'm starting to settle on. But we need to change the law on that first. But we need someone in charge that wants to change that. So we're going to enact censorship first for the betterment of government. I can't word this in a way that sounds good. You're just going to have to roll with it. It will lead to money. It will lead to money. I feel like that's all we need to say, and then we'll just end it there. I don't want Oceania. I want South China. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's China. Just somewhere in China. Yeah, we could move towards state religion. We just have to get the evangelicals to do things, and right now they have about 6% clout, so they're about as good as anything. I also forgot. They have made it now to where suppressing and bolstering movements is a little less strong from the raw numbers because 1.9.5 has it overtuned. Hi, Dr. Gamer. Welcome to the stream. 1.9.5 has suppression and bolster overtuned where you can just smash movements out of existence. That has been nerfed a little. And what I mean by nerfed is that they have nerfed the direct negative from suppression. It's still strong, but this was up to like -8, -9. So they rightfully nerfed it because it was a bit too powerful. You could kind of just kill movements out of existence. We don't really want to bolster the liberal. I mean, the liberal movement's fine. It doesn't like what we're doing to free speech, but we're gonna pretend to not worry about that. Oh, you know, I kind of want a treaty port in China instead. I'll have the relations build up for now, but we'll consider it. It's just something to consider while we bolster relations with everyone here. And another thing to consider really quick, where are our small arm factories? I know we have some at the start. I have no idea where they are. You know what? Here's some. We're just gonna... We're gonna make sure there's a high import tariff for the small arms. We're actually going to fund exporting them, just to get it ready. The law treaty nerf? I think the law treaty nerf was a good idea. It made it really easy to kind of reform as Russia. It was kind of a new version of corn laws. I haven't gotten to test it with like the United States making, say, Spain do changes, because now the strength of it is relative to the rank difference, which is interesting. Slavery ban cheese. Technically in 1.9.5 right now, if you suppress the pro-slavery movement, you can pretty much crater their support to like 2% and maybe even wipe it out entirely and basically not have a civil war while the landowners just shake their fists at you. And the 0.6 beta, they have nerfed that, so it's a little harder. If you want the best cheese available, make an alliance with like Britain or France at the start and have them come help you in the war. They will usually come over and they will usually help you win. Barring times when the AI decides that you're on your own. Because who cares, I guess. They just want to let you die. And now, here's what we're going to do, chat. I love food. I love groceries, but we're going to give them a monopoly on it right away, just to raise prices. So law commitment, how that works. Let me just go find a random... You know what? Let's go to Mecklenburg, because they like us. So let's say, as the United States, we ask Mecklenburg to enact, let's say, agrarianism, and ask them to commit passing it. There are various negatives here. Their landowners will get upset about this because they don't like that to begin with. But as you can see here, oh, that's triggering twice too. That's funny. They've changed the acceptance of that. But basically, Mecklenburg would get a significant, probably say 25% success chance to law commitment because they're a minor power doing this for a great power. And something else to note is that ranking of power does affect support independence now. So great powers, really good at supporting independence, among other things. Minor powers, not so much. Not as much. We're gonna go ahead and let it tick along here for a bit while the pro-slavery movement gets nerfed. Ooh, we have North German already, thanks to a random minor state just sending them our way. Fantastic. Fantastic. Contagious disease act. Please, we're in 1838. We can't take standard of living nerfs this early. Oh, that just sounds awful. You know what? We can afford... We're a great power. We could probably afford more construction. What's going to happen? We're going to go bankrupt? Maybe. Joshua Goldrick. Welcome, Mr. Joshua Goldrick. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Manifest Destiny? Groceries are better at a higher standard of living, but they can be used for basic food needs. However, what we're aiming to grab there is the prestige goods variant, which will increase the demand for groceries for basic and luxury foods. Basically, the pops will try to buy this over other things, even if it gets very expensive. It's like a pseudo-obsession. It's not quite an obsession, but it modifies their demand to where it's kind of an obsession. But not really. And that's why I really like it. But yeah, the company, as mentioned, also gives the 5% birth rate. But now, joint stock companies, this is also going to give a standard of living modifier. So that's going to be interesting, because if our standard of living is too high, that could create new problems. There it is. I'm going to queue up the arms industries now. This is in Connecticut because that's where we need it for the Colt firearms. We're going to try to make that our second company. Not because it's efficient, but because we just want to export prestige small arms before anyone can start making other kinds of prestige goods. And look, we have to somehow choke out Bengal opium somehow. Where are your companies, Britain? That's the Hudson Bay. Because East India already is making Bengal opium. It's just so good. By the way, Bengal opium, it will increase your standard of living, so... Slightly increased buff for small arms demand based on population size. Maybe. It'll kind of be in the sense that when we're making the Colt firearms, the prestige good, it will make pops demand it more for their leisure needs. But leisure doesn't start until standard of living 20. And then it scales up from there. And this is all the mutually suitable goods, substitutable goods that you can use. Things like opium, automobiles, aeroplanes, that's usually the more popular. Fine art is pretty dead. Ganja is good now. Small arms and groceries, you're just role-playing. Well, yeah, I mean, have you seen who we are? Have you seen that we're manifesting our destiny? Mexico will have to fear our might soon, as I remind myself that I need to be able to conscript the masses later for our definitely God-given right to expand. Look, I'm just role-playing as the 1800s America. So this is going to go either really well or really poorly, and then we'll just blame the opposition. That's how it works, right? In fact, is there... I'm really curious. I have to kind of filter here. I don't think there's anyone that could help us enact a religious law. I think I'm just gonna have to do this normally, yeah. As soon as that law's passed. So we want to try to change the freedom of conscience, but only the evangelicals will support it. The problem? The evangelicals are part of the Whig Party, who can't form a government right now because they lost the last election. So we're kind of waiting for the evangelicals to either switch sides or get good. It's going to be one or the other. They either get good or they go home. We could pass universal suffrage, but I don't think that's a good idea this early on. The Omen farmers are a little unpredictable in where they're going to go next. And we're not trying to do an industry band run this time, so I'm not particularly interested in running that. I saw the French-Britain rivalry formed there. I kind of saw it pop up in the feed. We're just making some logging camps because wood got a bit too expensive. Something else I've noticed is Prussia is pretty good about doing an early war with Denmark to do the Schleswig-Holstein question. Well, voting, we could consider that. We just need Andrew. How are you still alive, Mr. Jackson? You're usually gone by 39. It's almost 1840. As long as he's around, Jacksonian Democrat stays, which means the rule folk are just going to keep supporting universal suffrage. We're also out of steel. That's funny. I think the steel mill was lacking workers 5 minutes ago. Ooh. Keep an eye on this. And... no. Yes. Who would join? No one of importance. Alright, lads. We have our first war. I've just combined 2 armies like an idiot. No. Ah, you guys were meant to stay separated, not equal. There we go. You're just both supposed to have your own. I meant to mobilize, but I have to get used to the new button there. I hit merge instead of mobilize, and they're right next to each other. We're just gonna raise conscripts. We're gonna ship them over. We're gonna go get a subject. Accidenting Andrew Jackson via secret. Let me put it this way. Oh. Bolivia backed down. We just got Bolivia as a subject, and now Bolivia is immediately trying to annex Peru. So we have an option here. We could let Bolivia, who's now our subject, annex Peru, or we could intervene to actually, they're trying to get independence, so we're gonna have to help Bolivia there. Actually, we can't, can we? Because they're an indirect subject, so we can't do anything. Okay, that'll be interesting. I did not keep my economy sound. I run out of expensive things to build, and I'm waiting for better tax laws. In some cases, if, let's say you've run out of pops, and you're kind of in laissez-faire and you can't do anything else, one of your solutions, presuming you're not maxed out, is that you're gonna have to enact automation to kind of free people up. You're also gonna want to give women more rights in that case, because that will improve your workforce ratio. So you'll have more people to employ. That is one way to kind of keep your economy rolling for a good while when it would otherwise kind of choke out. Another option is try to lower taxes if you can afford it to increase standard of living. That will... I'm sorry. The landowner Democrat really got me rolling. He's from Texas. Yeah, we could go for oligarchy. It is actually intended, at least currently by design, you can't, let's say, well, for example, our subject Bolivia is currently trying to annex its subject Peru. They're an indirect subject. We kind of can't do wars between our indirect subjects. That's just how it's been in Victoria 3. Maybe the devs could be convinced to change it if it's too infuriating to deal with, but generally speaking, it's been fine. I'm not gonna let... That landowner is funny, but he doesn't suit our goals, because Democrat isn't going to help us enact anything. He's just gonna stand there and stare at us. So while he is funny, he's not going to do anything that would actually help us. Chile sides with Peru. Okay, so we're probably gonna lose Peru here. And Bolivia, yeah, Bolivia's probably gonna lose that war, which is unfortunate, but we can't intervene with it. I didn't think Bolivia was going to immediately surrender and then start a second war. But it's really funny that they backed down when we joined and then tried to start another war immediately because we wouldn't intervene. It is kind of funny, and now they're going to pay the price anyway. I hope they like being bullied, because that's pretty much what's about to happen. We could bankroll Bolivia, but the issue isn't that Bolivia doesn't have the money to fight. They're fighting Peru, Brazil, and Chile. They're effectively fighting on 3 different fronts, as you can see here. So Bolivia just can't win. It doesn't have the manpower. There's no way for them to win. They're just going to suffer. They're actually going to lose the only way we have connection with them. So this is a really weird start to our game. And I'm all for it. I'm all for weird starts that are different from the norm. Bolivia backs down again. So Bolivia backed down, started a second war, backs down again. That is honestly really funny. I think Bolivia is kind of going just full French surrender meme right now. And we kind of have to let our infamy drop. We can't really do anything else. We're just going to let it drop. I am actually going to give Bolivia market its independent market control because it has no connection to us right now. Its liberty desire is going to just skyrocket and there's nothing we can do about it. Students rally to the pro-slavery movement. Right. Next question. If we were talking yesterday, I would say as of yesterday, the beta was too buggy because things like trade didn't work. As of today, this is kind of my first time with it, so I couldn't give you too much information. But we've gotten 4 years in without crashing, so that's a good sign. You could wait because it's, as you mentioned, it's coming out on the 8th, so it's only going to be a few days. We're apparently scheduled to drop another hotfix tomorrow, potentially, for it. That's not a guarantee because sometimes you think your hotfix is ready and then it burns in the fiery suns. What is happening here? Okay, so now we have a civil war in Prussia. Russia is backing one side. France is backing the other side. I would like to note, France is a monarchy. This monarchy is now backing a radical revolt, which is overthrowing a monarchy. And the last time France did this, its own monarchy got overthrown. So, we might see history repeat here. Law change commitments? Yeah, we could do that on other powers, but for great power to great power, it doesn't work anymore. If I go to Russia here, for example, and go to, like, law commitment, this is supposed to basically do nothing now. In fact, I don't think it would do anything. But in the interest of experimentation, let's just try. Let's just go over here to Britain and just say, I don't know, you want an obligation and money maybe? Or France? Someone's got to give it to us for near free. There we go. Trade privilege. Well, no, that won't work. Oh, no, that will work. They actually are happy for that. It's hard to say. They're not very agreeing to it. 1848 came early. Yeah, we'll get the law change. I'm fairly confident we can get it. We're just kind of... Oh, the Protestant traditionalist movement. I never use this movement because I practically don't find a need for it. We can boost this to increase theocrats appearing and traditionalists. And we can use those. That's not a guarantee that it will work. Oh, good. Our president just left office and a slaver's in charge now. Yay! This isn't like World War I, but I just want to note that Belgium is also involved on the side of the monarchy in Prussia. And we're currently looking at over 770,000 men have been mobilized for this war. Tens of thousands have already died, and it's only going to escalate. It is 1841, and the AI has already decided it's just going to death war and burn half of Prussia to the ground. Speaking of wars that need to be dealt with. Ooh, hello. Just gonna bump you up to 5. Let's get the evangelicals up there a little more. You know what? We could do with some more construction. I know I mentioned that before, but I'm gonna do it again. Connecticut must have finished what it was building because I might have not paid attention to Connecticut's infrastructure. We may have caused a mild famine. Just a mild famine, not a big one, just a mild one. We might need to get some road maintenance in there early. And, get a railroad going. Yeah, just a mild famine. That's okay. It'll be fine. This is fine. Gonna give you monopoly rights. How is our food company doing? It already owns 10 of the food industries. Does it own them all? Yeah, they own all the food industries. In fact, they'd probably get more prosperous if they had more buildings. Yeah, we probably want to buff the devout a bit more. I just need to wait for them to be able to get in government, because right now, if they get in government, they have no legitimacy, so... At the moment, giving them more isn't really going to do anything except make things harder. Hopefully that, changes soon, though. And we're just kind of assigning a couple of different buildings there for things like wood, just because I see the price is getting high, and it's a decent thing to invest in. I want to see how bloody is this war. I know some people have already... So, guess who just supported a movement to overthrow its monarchy a second time, and now no longer has a monarchy anymore? Oh, France. It never ends, does it? Because I'd like to remind you again, Radical Prussia, who overthrew its monarchy, is allied to France, who just overthrew its monarchy. And appears to be burning in the sun again anyway. This is just... Oh, that's too funny. I love it. I love it when the game has a sense of humor. Unless that sense of humor is beating me to a pulp, then I'm not a big fan of it. I want to raise taxes, but we have no legitimacy, which is a bit of an issue when you're trying to raise taxes. Right? They couldn't win, and they overthrew their monarchy. So, Prussia gets to keep its monarchy, but the French monarchy has ceased to exist again. Check back in 5 years when they have a war to restore the monarchy. Okay, now that Connecticut actually has, infrastructure again. Oh, no, it doesn't have infrastructure. I'm sorry. I thought I assigned that railway to the front. I did not. I assigned it to the very back. Connecticut's just suffering quietly in the background. France L, pretty much. Unfortunately for France. I'm noticing a lot of the great powers are kind of becoming wary of us. So they just... Oh, it's because we kind of increased relations with all the great powers. And then some of them did wars and our relations with them dropped. Yep, okay. It's not anything we did. Well, it is something we did. We became friendly with other people and they didn't like that. So they're trying to punish us by downgrading relations. As a way of, complaining. Is Jackson still alive? Wow. I need a rule folk agitator stat. Yeah, you'll do. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Jackson's gone. We sent him to retire. He didn't die in office. He retired. He's still alive as far as I'm concerned. You want to ban child labor? I want to ban child labor. Yes, we could also give women rights, but I want to restrict child labor first because that gets us education. Education gets us literacy. We need to build universities at some point. I'm not going to forefront these because we have other constructions that need to be done, but I'm just going to plaster them now so we can forget about it. Ooh, rifling. That's fun. It's fun, it's expensive, and we can't afford any of it, but it's fun. We're definitely making way more than we need to when it comes to Colt Guns. In fact, I think our subsidies are too high for that right now, yeah. Maybe let the arms industry suffer until they find a way to balance out. We're exporting them and it's not enough. We might have gone overboard with the Colts early game here, but you know what? I don't see a problem with it. Do need more trade centers. Guaranteed liberties even worth 1 point onwards. Guaranteed liberties has its place depending on what you're doing. It does reduce the radicals you gain from political movements and increases your loyalists, but I'm honestly a massive fan of the secret police for suppression activities and political movement activism. The National Guard's good too for mobilization purposes and reducing harvest condition impacts like drought and floods. So it's kind of weaker than the other laws, but it has its place. We could do charity hospitals, but this only goes up to level 2. Whereas public health insurance goes up to level 4 without research, so... Between the two, I mean... You know, now that I think about it, the only way I could argue for charity hospitals is for food security, but this would be a run where I'm letting food hit 75% base price, so that's an idea for another time. That's an idea for another time. We have a positivist movement. Oh, God. The game is actively trying to prevent us from getting state religion. It's actively trying. Did we get a random positivist? No, you're an authoritarian who apparently decided, yes, I hate religion. What is this game doing to us? Alright, well, we'll deal with it when it comes down to it. Haiti backed down. Haiti is now a Spanish protectorate. We will deal with that in the far future, because that is not a problem for now. That is a problem for the future. Whatever the future finds. Oh, are railways not being subsidized? They are not. That is a problem. I forgot we need to subsidize those at the start. Or else it just doesn't. It just kind of sits there staring at us mockingly. Oh, good. He came, he made an positivist movement, and then he just left. When do we crush the positivist movement? Whenever I find the authority for it. Not right now, because we're crushing the slavery movement. Because I think that's more fun to crush right now. Ooh, Daniel Webster resigns from the bourgeoisie. Yes, please, because I don't like Mr. Webster. He's arrogant, and he causes problems. And now there's a free marketist who doesn't like the whole child labor ban. One problem at a time. One problem at a time. I'm gonna regret that. But you know what? I'm okay with that. I am A-okay with that. Yay, Germans to Texas. Labor move. We got positivists before we got labor. Now we have both. And the French are gonna open the Japanese market. How fun. Laissez-faire non. Yeah, we'll probably stick to interventionism. That's been kind of my go-to for the most part. For the most part. Hey, Colt Firearms are still growing because Samuel Colt. Yep. This is one of the not the guaranteed. This is one of the historical characters that can spawn if you form certain companies. So Standard Oil has its own, for example, and so does Colt. By the way, we export 75% of the small arms we make, so yeah, just so you just I thought you'd be aware. Not aware. I thought you'd find interest in that. We also need to make more government administrate. Wait, before I make a mistake. I was gonna say, are we not using standardized filing? And no, we're not. Of course we're not. I made this mistake the last time I played the US. I did that last time. Wow, there's 15 of you here. I think that's the highest I've done on YouTube in forever. Welcome, welcome. That is a lot of different Cherokees. 3,000 of them are servicemen, and they're gonna be forcibly moved to Oklahoma. Well, that's ooh. We won't dig into that, that's for sure. Once our infamy gets to near 0, we'll go just try to destroy Mexico. Keyword is try. I don't know if we'll get it. Oh yeah, that double 25 from article acceptance hurts, but we have like no trade with Britain anyway, so Britain couldn't care less about trade with us. They genuinely couldn't care less. Well, 20% chance, we'll take it. Austria ate Bavaria. Bavaria's gone. Austria did something to Bavaria. Well, I hope you didn't like Bavaria, because they don't exist. I see. We are going to do a power block. We're just aiming for the religious one, but I have to get the evangelicals in power first to change that. And they're kind of doing this thing where they don't know what they want to do. Also, Prussia is a major power. Poor Prussia. Oh, right, you're on isolationism. You can't even trade. Well, we could try to flood Prussia. We just made a trade agreement with them to hopefully do exactly that. Oh, hey, do you guys like Samuel Colt? Because he's currently leading the industrialists now. The guy who's in charge of the Colt industry, the company. Yeah, he's also a politician now. Oh, I got a kick out of that. Oh, you have two free market guys now. We're either gonna pass child labor or not. Ooh, French mass migration to Pennsylvania. It's not the French. It's Franco-provincial. Definitely gonna butcher that, but we'll move on. You know what? We're at 44. I'm just gonna raise taxes at this point, so we can develop a little faster. Just a little. Win religious schools. Kind of the same boat. We kind of need to change the church and state law, but to do that, I either need the evangelicals in power, or I need someone... Ooh, modernizer. Or I need someone who would... I'm getting distracted, I'm sorry. I need someone who actually will support the change. Right now, we don't really have that, but I'm going to exile this intelligentsia guy and just kind of... poke our heads around. There's currently no one because we can't invite. But we'll try to do that when we can. Oh, and the game has crashed on us. All right. I was warned. It's a beta. It could crash. So we're just going to boot it back up real quick. Thankfully, we have monthly autosaves, so this will take no time at all to get back to where we were. This is the downside of playing with an open beta. The good news is that I don't crash that often, so now that we've crashed once, it shouldn't happen again for a long while. That's optimism for you, though. That is optimism. Which is better than no optimism. We're not aiming for the modernizer, but yeah, it's fine. Alright, the game's back up. Let me make sure OBS actually finds said game. It will probably take a minute for it to find it, so we're just going to tick back to where we were. We're actually back at it already. It is not a day of streaming unless you crash at least once. And unfortunately for me, we're playing the beta, so the game decided, hey, have a crash ticket. I noticed it destabilizing a little bit earlier. Okay, we're back. But I'm just holding out hope that it doesn't. And... all right. Okay, there we go. I was watching the journal entry there. We are starting the process for gourmet groceries. In the next 3 years, as long as conditions don't change, it will pass. Speaking of passing, it looks like we are about to get a much better form of government. Anyway, we are back, and I need to reopen chat so I can see you guys. There you go. Oh man, the Liberal Party, oh sorry, the Whig Party is just getting everything it needs. It's just getting everything it needs. Including a inept candidate. Wait a minute, that's not on the books. Oh, we could give them the right to produce ammunition. You know what? I'll do that. If Congressman Vincent says we should, then I guess we can give it a try. Is that what this is? Is chat just gonna be Congress? I've always wanted to do something like that where chat has some power in a game. I did that a bit for Twitch, so we didn't have as many people. Election is over. We can change the government. It is unacceptable, but that's better than illegitimate. We have too many people in this party. Wow, we're just going for the throat, I see. We are just going for the throat. It's ban slavery or go home today, apparently. We'll try. I guess we can try in the next 5 years. I just don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, Samuel Colt's not popular anymore. He became... Ah, poor guy. Oh, no. Not Samuel Colt. Anything but Samuel Colt. Alright. Let's see. Britain would probably join us. So... I apologize in advance to Mexico, but we have a couple of things that we need to requisition from our neighbor. And that might be it. Boost relations with them again. Hopefully they don't intervene here. And then we are just going to mobilize and raise conscripts. We're just going to kind of do the whole shebang there. Just... be ready to go. Ooh, evangelical again. I'm trying to get the Navy over here and I clicked on a building. We do not have paper anymore. That is a problem because we made all the universities without considering our paper needs. In other words, I didn't do economics very well. We could make all the military. I'm just trying to balance this out. We're also kind of negative on bureaucracy at the moment. But we are now making Colt revolvers. I just need to get paper up really quick or else we're going to have a bad time. Because otherwise we have no bureaucracy, we have no money, we cry in the background. We realized one of these armies was not given any conscripts whatsoever, and that's extremely problematic. And now it has conscripts. We're just gonna full send it, and we'll see what happens from there. We've also banned child labor. Let's see. The positivist movement could stop us from getting straight to state religion. We're gonna just do freedom of conscience for now, because that will let us employ more clergymen. We could, you know what? Actually, that makes sense. If we're trying to export Colt firearms, we really should give them trade rights. That's actually a good point there. So we'll go ahead and do that now. Ignore the fact this all looks dead. It's okay. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Maybe worry a little, but I'm just going to tell you not to worry anyway. Why is your organization low? Supply shortage. Oh, because we have no cannon, and apparently not enough ammunition because of all demobilized conscripts. Well, that's what happens when no one's working in the munitions facility. Because it wasn't profitable until 5 seconds ago when we started a war with Mexico. Welcome to war, folks. I'm acting more like a corporate lobbyist than for Colt Company than a senator. No, I think you're role-playing correctly. I think you're pretty accurate. Ooh, a royalist? Sure, come on in. What could go wrong by letting a royalist inside? Operation mass migration, the art of doing nothing. wait. You're just boosting yourself, I see. Okay. Ignore the giant red deficit we're spending. It's because we conscripted a bunch of the population, and I'm not running the numbers very well at the moment on purpose. We'll fix it in the near future. We'll try to fix it in the near future. No promises. Mexico's not going to give up until this war is basically over, I see. Well, that's fine by me. I will burn the country down then. I will burn it down if I must. And then that should fix our budget because we won't have all those conscripts anymore. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Still bad, like really bad, but not like we're doomed kind of bad. It's also because paper is extremely expensive right now. It's, yeah, 36 price still. Once it comes down, we'll be okay. That's why I'm only switching a couple of these over at a time, because we can't afford to switch them all. Actually, we could. Massachusetts, New York, and then we'll just switch them all over. Terrible idea on paper. We're gonna do it anyway. Oh yeah, no. We already did. If you see right here, if they have access to trade centers, they can get trade rights. Actually, their prosperity is dropping like a rock right now, which I assume is because we suddenly stopped going to war. So now there's no domestic demand, so now they have to start exporting again. That's probably the downside to this early on, is that it's going to really struggle for prosperity. Until the world is more stabilized with trade and domestic demand. We need to raise our wealth level, not just the standard of living, but the wealth specifically. Hopefully, a growing food syndicate will do exactly that. Speaking of which, who is genial with us? I'm gonna see if I can't get any trade rights going at the moment, but a lot of them are pretty reluctant. I mean, the French are cooperative. But they're kind of getting there. I'll give them an obligation. Ah, there we go. We got one of France now, too. It could also just be we need more trade centers, but I don't know yet. This is the early game where trade is a little iffy on whether it's strong or not. We are exporting some firearms, though. Hello, Gigo. Welcome. We had a crash earlier. Trade privileges with the small German states. On paper, that's good, but we already have one with Guys, where's the Zollverein? Where is the Zollverein? Where's the Prussian trade bloc? Why is it missing? Can someone... Wow, this has got to be the worst Prussia game I've ever seen. Like, Prussia has burned sometimes, but this is like full-on crash. I have never seen Prussia do this badly. Ooh. We are going to have trade privileges with Belgium and give them guns. Not really give them guns. We're going to give them the right to buy guns. We also got one with the Netherlands. Yeah, they probably dropped to minor for like half a tick, and just that was it. It was over. I do see we've lost a number of our interests, though. Probably because our navy is... Yeah, that's what I thought, is our navy must have lost... Ooh, excuse me. Must have lost its commander. And so it's half as strong now and it's projecting half as much. Anyway, once we build up our paper mills, our government expenditures will drop a lot, and this should get stable. I also forgot that we got the water tube boiler like years ago. We never switched our minds over. I was so distracted by everything else and talking to chat and the crash we had. I totally forgot. Yeah, we'll try to look into see if we get any devout IG leaders. The devout are more likely to appear for the armed forces the more clout they have. So sometimes they'll appear, but sometimes you'll get people like Ulysses Grant who are guaranteed to show up, or Mr. Thomas Jackson. And so they kind of just take the spot. Ooh, Utopian. Anyway. Utopian's a fun ideology. It appears until socialism is researched. Once you research socialism, Utopian disappears. But they support things like cooperative ownership. So they're like pseudo-socialists. In game terms, they're like pseudo-socialists. I wouldn't say they are socialists, just kind of they share similar laws that they support, is the nice way to put it. Our subventions and subsidies are very low now, which is good. We just have a lot of construction we're spending for that our little investment pool isn't. Good news, though. We can now get bulk trading. Fire the non-devout leaders? Yeah, we'll have to we'll have to get around to doing that. At some point. There's a war going on in the north. Wait. Okay, hang on. What is this war? So, Prussia, Austria, and Russia are fighting the Ottomans and the British for lots of investment rights, liberation, and Hamburg. So this war over Hamburg's government, over Hamburg, what is going on in Germany? We need to stop looking at Germany. This is nonsense at this point. It's absolute nonsense over there. I refuse to believe what's going on there is intentional. It's just utter nonsense now. Alright, we are going to get gourmet groceries next month. There we are. Circassian people are coming in. So how this is going to work now is you're going to see the American market price for gourmet groceries kind of spike up. So just kind of watch this. Now it's at 26, 29, 32, 34, because now the pups are trying to demand it. Oh, an alliance in mutual investment rights. I don't know, chat. Do we want the French to be able to invest in the United States? They have an investment agreement, investment rights. We do have some monopolies already active. You could subsidize your trade centers early game if you need critical resources, but usually what you want to do there is just do subventions for the specific goods you want, and the trade centers will usually make that as it'll become very profitable. They'll usually trade that. Bash out the possibility of French prestige rifles. Let's renegotiate what the French are trying to negotiate for then. Because they don't really want to give us unilateral investment rights. Let's go over to our current treaty with them and see if maybe they're willing to tack it on in exchange for something. Probably not. Yeah, we'll probably just not do it. The good news, though, is that unless the French do a generic company, the Colt rifles will generally be ahead for a very long time. Just because the French one, you can't get it until bolt action rifles, which is mid to late game technology. Yes, the soul will go up thanks to the demand of the groceries. We'll have to see. Oh no! Colt actually became so unprosperous that it fell and is no longer making the Colt firearms, I think it said. Or are they still making them? Oh, they're still making them. They shouldn't be making them anymore. That's a bug. Oh well. It's just because Samuel Colt became a little unpopular, and some other firearms are becoming prosperous. So it's just causing problems. The AI giving out all those rights, I wouldn't necessarily say it's too smart. You kind of want to decide what do you want this company to do. But I usually like to give out various monopoly rights. Although we don't have the authority for more yet. We're working on freedom of conscience, which has failed twice. But also has a 63% chance to pass. So we'll see if the game lets us pass. Or if we're under a do not pass go warning. Okay, that went to study, so that's something at least. You give me a moment, I'm gonna focus on bettering our economy a bit here. Yeah, just that. I would actually like to get more construction going, but I have to be a little wary about the deficit at the moment, because I can't raise taxes without the government just being defunct. Oh, Connecticut doesn't need the road maintenance anymore. There we go. Yeah, we could use goods transfer to just throw guns out the window. Although the trade centers are actually doing fine with it, so it just seems to be an issue that Colt needs more buildings, and Samuel needs to figure out how to increase his popularity, because people don't like working for him right now. Wait, the election is shifting. What's happened? Okay. So, okay, that's an interesting result. The election's kind of shifting around on us here. We're gonna have to change the government at the last second so the others can get in charge, because if we drop it right now, things are gonna kind of drop on us here. But now we have to let the Whig Party suffer because the evangelicals have switched sides. So we need to wait till this gets near that end and then switch it. That way freedom of conscience just doesn't, like, insta-fail, because if it insta-fails, we're in trouble. Yeah, we're gonna get at least historical U.S. borders. We might annex Mexico. I haven't decided on that part yet. Okay. Well, we are kind of doing a couple of technologies to improve the economy, and then we're going to start rushing a bunch of these techs for 1850. We're just grabbing a few of these techs to improve our economic potential. And we're just going to switch this around. This is going to stall out until the election finishes, but this is going to ensure that the Democratic Party wins. And now we actually have a contested government, thank God. Wait, oh, right, because the bourgeoisie are led by a market liberal. We can actually make Samuel Colt a reformer. You know, that would be funny. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Good luck and goodbye. Thank you, Effie. And you have a good day. But yeah, I just went ahead and made Colt a reformer, so now they actually support us instead of hate us. That way we have less problems. It'll make the investment pool a little stronger too, because the capitalist reinvestment efficiency is going to be better. We're still benefiting from the multiplier, actually, and we'll keep benefiting from it until we hit 50 million. So did Prussia form a new power block? They did. Prussia's now formed a military treaty. I think Prussia's a little upset. I think Prussia's upset about what's been happening to them. What is happening in Oregon? But they had... Is this the same war? This is still the same war, okay. And meanwhile, New York's on fire. So what else is new? It's on fire, that's... Oh, I guess that's Pennsylvania too. Well, there we go, freedom of conscience. A good step, because now we can start employing the clergy in various buildings, and they will also start to get employed in... Well, actually, free churches, they were already going to be there. But more importantly, even though it's going to suffer, we can now form the religious convocation block. And the choices are either divine economics or sacred civics. I prefer divine economics. Although we might not get the level 3 because it increases the wages for state religion pops, but we can get at least level 2 for more clergymen. Which is actually going to hurt our reinvestment pool, but whatever. I just deal with it. I forgot to form it. I forgot to form it. Okay. Alrighty, let's focus on forming it here. Everyone's gonna dislike that. And then we'll just start improving relations with one at a time. Holy and... We'll kind of figure out the name to give it at a later date. I just wanted to establish it for right now, so we don't have to worry about it later. Just so it's established. Ooh, 9 years. We're already 4th largest. Cool. Because we have Bolivia, right. That is also going to give the evangelicals another power boost, which actually... if the Protestants weren't threatening civil war... sorry, the Positivists weren't threatening civil war, we should probably nerf those guys. Yeah. Yeah, we can do it then. We'll just knock them out of the window. So is this like guaranteed civil war or just they're upset? Oh, no, we're good. Okay, we're fine, don't worry. We'll start passing state religion now. See, everything's fine. Um... Severe starvation. Oh, the English are coming! Yay! Wow, that's actually a good migration to get this early. Why is... I hate this game. I hate this timeline. In what time? Like, oh, right. That's why the English are suffering so much. Because when you fully occupy it, it becomes isolated. The home counties are suffering a massive famine. I'd like to report France for nation ruining, please. I'd like to... Unfortunately, the pop graph is not working with other countries, but, you know what is working? The GDP graph and the standard of living graph. It is not okay. Why state religion? Because we're kind of just doing a we're gonna go theocracy, religious convocation to back up the cold firearms, because the evangelicals, since they're Protestant, give us a company throughput bonus. So any buildings the companies affect will produce a little bit better. So we're just doing it for that. That's really the only reason why. That and chat kind of asked for it, so it's kind of a bit of both. We're kind of doing it because chat wanted to, and because it kind of plays into what we're doing in a way. So it's a bit of both. Apparently we need even more groceries. How is the grocery company doing? 25k profit already. And keep in mind, now that there are less employed pops in the companies, these capitalists get even richer. I mean, standard of living, their wealth is 71 plus 7 from prestige good consumption. So these guys are rich. They have a political strength of 254k. Wow. Oh, and look, the 4th highest consumption is small arms. Ooh. Sacred Ceramics can be nice to have, that is true. I'm just going for the other one because at level 2 we can get more. Oh, Brazil. Brazil wants an alliance, and in exchange we get to invest in them unilaterally. I'm gonna say yes, I like this offer. It is a good offer. I like that offer. See, Brazil knows how to negotiate. They know how to negotiate. So now we can invest overseas a bit. Now the downside is that these investments could cause Colt to invest overseas, and people could start making Colt firearms in their own countries. But that just means more people are making and consuming Colt guns. In fact, oh, because they own all the trade centers. I was gonna say, why are you level 40? It's because they're buying up and exporting it all. That makes sense. In fact, we can export a little more. Oh, wow. They've actually built so many trade centers that we don't have a lot of trade potential. It's below 100. But you know what is also going very well is that our investment pool is starting to grow to the point where I can do more construction. And it's just chugging along just fine. It's just chugging along. It's able to sustain it. Might be biased for the US, but it's also the US. Great Britain's improving relations, so we're not going to be completely canned by a great power. Not completely. We don't have any influence, that's right. Can I come take Peru now, or will someone stop me? Oh, we have Brazil on our side now, so it doesn't matter, I guess. So, no one of, like, note would join. We could probably get Brazil to join us. That way Bolivia can connect to us again, and they can actually be economically connected instead of on the perpetual verge of revolting. Making the Colt company massively wealthy. Pretty much, yeah. That's what we hope to do. Okay, I can't sway Brazil, but that's fine. We can just get the army ready anyway. Although, speaking of which, I think it is time to actually expand the standing part of this army. Just a little, not a lot. But I don't want to have to constantly rely on conscripts to crush every little thing that happens. Brazil didn't want to join at all. They were giving us the thumbs down, which basically means they don't want to join no matter what. So we'll just kind of mobilize one and hope the very small American Navy that I definitely should have built up earlier can be up to the task. This could fail, and if it does, that's fine. It's whatever. You have to have a little failure now and then. We'll see how it goes. But our units are better because we have skirmishers. They have a mixture of irregular and line infantry. So even though we're suffering the penalty, if we can just hopefully kind of what I want to do here is just kill off their main force with one army and then send the next one in. Just kind of throw one in as a sacrificial pawn. And there's state religion. The evangelicals are now powerful. Even though we lost, so we lost that first battle, but the Peruvians here don't really have the troops to actually hold us off. They suffer casualties at a far higher level. Not a far higher level. They have far fewer troops to replace their casualties with, so given enough time, we'll make these landings, we'll win. There's no real concern when it comes to that. We don't need to bolster this one anymore. We can kind of let that droop a little. I want to bolster the abolitionists now. I want to go ahead and add up pressure to ban slavery. Serbian mass migration. I love how the mild starvation has only gone up because groceries are so expensive. Yeah, we should get the secret police at some point. That's true. I keep forgetting to pass new laws. Actually, before we get secret police, I want to get public health care. I know it increases standard of living, but I want to drop mortality and just get more pops. Also, if we increase standard of living, I can increase taxes. So I can just take more money from our people, basically. Which is definitely something I want to do to, you know, enrich the masses, officially speaking. All right. So we have landed in Peru. This war is basically ours. So we could do charity hospitals. It does give additional clout to the evangelicals, but they're already powerful. They're already at 22. And we're going to get more of the military on their side. Plus, we're going to switch over to religious schools later. And just by having the religious convocation power block, they get another 25%. So they're already getting a lot. We want them to be powerful, but we don't want to completely wipe out every other interest group. Well, maybe we'll wipe out some of them, not every single one. Okay, Peru is now our subject, so they're in our market. So now, Bolivia can be a part of our market again and not be desiring independence as much. Because they've been really considering an independence streak here, and I want to put that down before it becomes a problem. Oh, good, they've been expanding the trade center over here. So, trade has actually just been kind of organizing itself, I see. Oh, that's good to know. Now that we actually have more interests to declare, I can kind of spread it out across the world a little bit here and just get us interests everywhere. Hello. A little civil war. Oh, is Belgium a great power? Or Belgium's already a great power. I mean, they're about to not be thanks to the Civil War, but that's kind of funny. It's 1852. Yeah, the armed forces tend to get just sidelined. Okay. So, France and Britain are about to go to war over a Belgian Civil War. That's... This is escalating a lot. Russia and Brazil both joined now. You know what that means, though, Chad? They're going to need lots of guns. If only there was someone who could sell them lots of guns. Oh, that was a lot of Franco-Provincial ticks. I see the French are already fleeing the mass conscription that's coming. This is definitely not a stable world, that is for sure. Historical. Obligations would be nice to build up. I don't know if we'll ever get to that point, though. Anyway, we got baking powder finally. We're actually going to grab chemical bleaching just so we can make more paper at once. And then we'll start working on things like the steel frames and human rights. That's all that stuff. We'll kind of work on that over time. The politically unaligned. I'll take the tech. Ooh, the Democratic Party is just getting all the good ticks. They're over 200 momentum now. It's kind of silly, actually. Okay, so the price there dropped, so actually, let's not build those. In fact, I need to kind of dig into our economy a little and figure out where everything stands. We have not really been focusing on cotton exports. That's actually fine. I want to kind of build up a domestic textile industry instead. Yeah, wealth voting is something we'll probably grab after public health care here. Speaking of the devil, guess what just finished? And I don't want to lose 30 relations to the French, so I'll just let them take their 10-point bonus. And we will see how long it takes to pass wealth voting. Hopefully not long, but we'll see. You never know. Hey, we're exporting over 400 small arms now. I don't know how long that'll hold. We're actually importing 1.2k iron because I've been doing subventions for it. So I know exactly what we're going to be heavily investing in next here. Going to heavily invest into the iron industry alongside more construction. Because apparently we have money now because the investment pool is... I mean, the investment pool's dropped because our multiplier dropped, but it's doing fine. Such a cursed USA. It's not... Yes, it's a cursed USA. So... Oh, this is a pretty good deal. Ecuador's basically offering to pay us, host a power block embassy, and give us investment rights in exchange for trade privileges, so... Honestly, there's no reason for us to deny it. Argentina, similar offer. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't Argentina. My bad, that was Honduras. I got the flags mixed up. They're very similar. The only difference is the center pattern. Argentina has a sun. Honduras is 5 stars. Otherwise, the pattern behind it is the exact same. So I just misidentified it. So, in my defense, they were similar looking. So I don't think Bengal opium's gonna be a big issue. Wow. This is not a Britain game. This is not a game for Britain. Let me check on Bolivia. It's been 4 out of 5 years and our cohesion's too low. We need better relations with Peru, really. But we can't do that because we don't have any influence. Support independence from the Why are the Ottomans taking people over? What is happening? How did they even get Portugal? Is this going to be a successful Ottomans game? Not if I have anything to say about it. Not if I have anything to say about it. We will see. We really should start integrating over here, even though we haven't finished Manifest Destiny yet. We may as well at least start the process. And then realize our government administration needs to be sped up here. Because we are running a negative budget now. Monopolies. So I have not really tried enforcing a monopoly that much in a foreign country. To my understanding, if, let's say I go to France, because they're offering us a deal here. They're trying to get the mutual investment rights again. Let's say France gives us a monopoly for one of our companies. So maybe they give us a monopoly on food industries. Not that they will, because they're a great power. As far as I understand it, it'll make it to where that building is now automatically privatized, and only our company can buy them. Yeah, so I'm seeing confirmation in the chat as well there, which is good to double confirm there. Because, like, I can be wrong. I am only one person. I could get it wrong in the end. But if others have experienced that too, then that's good to say. Not say, good to see. Better to have someone else confirm it with us than make assumptions and realize, hey, we're wrong. This isn't how it works at all. Oh, I love running financial deficits that might doom the economy at a later date. And raise taxes and forget about it. Just checking our legitimacy after I raised taxes there to make sure it wasn't too bad. We just got the military's backing to enact wealth voting. So that's gonna make it easier. Most exciting change on 1.9.6? I'm not sure about exciting. I know they made it to where prestige goods can modify your standard of living now, so that's interesting. Well, I guess the most exciting thing is that we got more prestige goods for generic companies. Like, we've got prestige paper for the generic one. The metalwork syndicate was reworked where it gives manufacturing industries throughput, which is nice. There were other things, like we have prestige grain now, which is a thing, apparently. And high-grade explosives, too, so that's fun. No, Egypt. I loved you, Egypt, in my last game, but I'm not giving you investment rights right now. We're not doing that game. The American dream of investment is only for American investment right now. Please check back at a later date. Oh yeah, we're still importing 1,000 iron. So building up all this iron is going to be a very, very wise course. In fact, I did forget to let them privatize the mines, because that's generally going to be a profitable venture. We'll try to get explosives going now too, since we have access to that. That'll help a lot. Northern Iron Company is very good. We should definitely get the canals at some point if we can. They're not a high priority on my list, but they're definitely one of those, if we can get it, it would be good. In fact, we can survey the Suez, so maybe we do that right now. Don't really have the influence, though. We have too many agreements going on, I'd say. Oh, and the doggos have heard things, and thus they bark. Wake everyone up. They've changed the treaty now. Support our independence, we'll give you investment rights. Okay, sure. I can agree to that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pro-slavery gets a 30% reduction as well, which is nice. We'll just kind of go through a bunch of things there. Yeah, Colt's just struggling. It's just having a problem because there's not a lot of demand for small firearms early game. Yeah, giving investment rights is can be a good thing. I'm just kind of holding off on it early on because I'm kind of trying to make sure a lot of our financial districts get it just so we have to set up. Ah, they've gone for their independence, and we might end up in a war with the British because they're allied, so this will be interesting. All right, in that case, this will be fun. Yep, there it is. So Britain's about to become a bit of an enemy. Also means we now have a war on our doorstep. Lovely. Austria sides with Egypt too. Wow, this is about to really backfire on us, huh? I don't even know if they can win this. Well, that's fine. I don't mind having enemies. Prussia's in another revolt. It's another radical revolt. Alright, well, we'll see how this goes. And there's a, small uprising in our country we have to deal with, too. Goodness me. All these revolts. There we go. It wasn't moving over the first time over there. And we do have our wealth voting now. Alrighty, well, the fact we've gotten into a war has thrown me for, not like a war, but a big war has kind of thrown me for a loop here. I need to, gotta make sure we don't get invaded, at least. We're gonna try to knock out Tripolitania and Tunis first, just to close out a front. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Austria joined our side. I thought Austria joined against us. That's why it was so apprehensive, but it's okay. Austria's on our side. So it's not as bad as I thought it was. Alright, in that case, we'll be fine. We can get back to government. Yeah, we can do religious schools now. Why not? I think it's about time for it. And we'll try to avoid any more economic expansions until this war is over, because right now it's really gonna hurt. I mean, it is hurting. We're mobilizing people, so of course it hurts. I mean, we're being convoy raided, they're being convoy raided. Their connection to the East India Company has just been disconnected badly. So yeah, we're having a good time with that, I'd say. Health systems at level 3. Don't worry, we can get you back into the fight sooner. Yeah, I wasn't going to really take Canada at first, but now that we've kind of gone to war with Britain, that's kind of a maybe scenario. They're still amicable with us, so we might get out of this unscathed as far as relations with Britain are concerned. Britain actually just left the war, so that's good. We'll actually go ahead and, for the sake of the budget, we're going to demobilize 2 of our 3 armies. And just go for a cheeky naval invade. We also now own a piece of the Sinai. So although it will take a very long time because everyone here is probably radical, it will eventually get done. Sorry, this game's been really funny with Prussia. I've just been loving it. I don't think our economy's that sad, but we have been kind of getting in back-to-back conflicts. Especially now the one over here, which really threw me for a loop. And then Prussia has just been suffering. It's a great power again, but it has not been having a good time. God, the governments have changed again, but the number of votes that can be cast has dropped massively. Evangelicals might lose this, though. Oh, well, if they lose, they lose. We are about to cause a lot of people to leave the Ottoman Empire, though, and basically doom the Ottomans' game. Hey, Colts making 30k now. I think they've just been buying up a lot of trade centers, and yeah, they're mostly using trade centers right now. Small arms, less so. But they're starting to export more. It's almost at 500, so it has gone up, at least. We are doing a small amount of subventions for it, too. Not too much, because otherwise we'll just go broke. But we are doing a small amount to help ensure it's passing. Okay, support independence is now invalid, which is fine, because they're independent now. I've been noticing our investment pool has been doing a lot more buying and a lot less investing, but it might just be because the multiplier was going down until quite recently. Yep, we'll get paper now, and we'll probably start kind of peeling off from some of the movement suppression here on the positivists because they're knocked out now. We can finally tax services again, and that is going to help. Unfortunately, I actually now need to lower taxes. In fact, I have to now lower taxes or else we don't have a government. Because of the how the election cycle turned out. And the Welsh are also coming, so there's that. The industrialists are powerful again. We'll see how long that lasts. France also just used the obligation we owed them to lower their infamy, which is funny. We are now exporting almost 600 Colt rifles. Or, sorry, not Colt rifles. Colt small arms. Colt revolvers. But they can make rifles too. You don't know that. They could make rifles. Maybe they just haven't tried. I'm sure they've tried. Who's the biggest importer of small arms? I'm actually curious. Russia. Apparently France is exporting some too from the French Low Countries. But it's regular small arms. It's not the same. Yeah, we do need more, don't we? More investment. A lot of national movements we have suddenly. I'm just gonna ignore that. It can't be a problem if I don't look at it. Right? It won't be a problem if I don't notice it. It's not how problems work, but I'm gonna pretend that's how they work. Not because I think we can ignore it, but because I think that's the only option we have. Oh, suddenly iron is now cheap. So maybe we tariff imports now and don't tariff exports. Kind of let the trade centers for those weaken and fall. Yeah, that's what we need to do now. And look into explosives, which I mentioned before and then completely forgot about. Because that's just how this rolls here. We mention things and then we forget about them. Yeah, we could bully Qing. I rarely bully Qing, though. I feel like the constant bullying of Qing to take a godload of money from them is not an exploit, but it's more of a cheese. Plus, they have good relations with us, so that's not happening anytime soon. Let's go on an expedition. Who's an explorer? You are, and you're wounded, so this will go great. We're sending a wounded explorer. I also forgot our research. Remind me again what the evangelicals support. Oh, they're neutral to corporate state. Well, let's try for it anyway. The US did invade Qing IRL. Yeah, that is true. But I think it was just for a treaty port, not like $50 billion. I don't know, we could do it. We could consider it. But usually these debt issues we enter, we exit. We're just suffering from the Suez Purchase and the fact that our government is really awful right now when it comes to legitimacy. Because a 5-party league formed again. It just keeps happening. Because of the 2-party system. Which I suppose is fine, but it kind of creates issues here and there. So let me just very quickly... no, I can't grant leadership. They're not opposed. It's fine. It's whatever. I was gonna grant leadership for the bourgeoisie, but apparently they're not strong enough yet. Which I suppose is fine, but we'll deal with it. How to defend the coast from the naval invasion? For that, you are going to need to, when the armies are near, you generally just need to assign the army. I think I'm not going to say it auto-assigns, because I don't think it does. We actually do need more universities. I thought we had enough universities. They're upgraded universities, right? Man, I'm still not used to the nerf that they did to universities. I genuinely thought our innovation was fine. The fact the innovation was nerfed by 50% has really thrown off my calculations. Yeah, I figured it didn't auto-assign. That's good to confirm. So it is just one of those issues where you're just going to have to manually assign them as they come and go. I'll get religious school soon. It'll drop our literacy, which is fine. It's not like we needed smart people anyway. And they're still privatizing. Occasionally they're investing, so that's good. I need another tax. We're gonna add a tax for our taxes. No, our cohesion's still too low. But we did get a mandate at some point. You know what? I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna get Divine Economics too, even though that's gonna hurt the investment pool, which is at 97k right now. Let's kind of watch it here. Oh no, it went up. Weird. That's weird. That's kind of funny. We, oh, because they didn't assign it automatically to the company. Well, that's funny. But it assigns it to the financial districts and manor houses just fine. Oh, cool. They've reached the mountain. Fantastic. I don't think they'll give us the rest of the cyanide, but we can take a look. They might. It's 190. We'd have to give them a couple of offers. I mean, yeah, it's doable. I just don't know how much of that we want to do. Yeah. We'll see here. They've got a couple of things they're interested in, but it's not too much. We don't really need a subvention or tariff tobacco. That's fine. I'll just send that. And they just agreed with an 80% chance. Man, the RNG is not good today. Okay, we'll come back to that later. Because they were still not agreeing to that even after some tariffs and subventions, but it's fine. Our evangelicals cloud's ticking up fast now. They declined it a second time? Okay, so there's a small bug going on. That's good to know. Well, that's fine. Bolivia, you want some Protestantism? Protestants? You're getting Protestants. And you have state religion. Fantastic. What a good day. Wait, now our reinvestment has fallen to 71k because the company headquarters is not reinvesting as much. This is because the clergy don't really do reinvestments, but it replaced all the clerks. I see. Okay. The clerks became clergymen. No. So we have level 4 education right now because we restricted child labor. So that is working as intended. It's not a bug. It might have just looked a little odd because you didn't know that we had the level 4 law. Or the restricted healthcare law. See, we could go theocracy. I know that buffs the evangelicals a bit, but corporate state is kind of overpowered because it gives you an extra company. Although, that being said, I'm going to let corporate... Oh, corporatism is actually spreading to us, so I'm just going to let that tech spread instead. We'll get some other techs going. We should switch over to steel frame buildings, but we're not going to do too much of that just because of the tax issue we're having at the moment because of interest and additional expenses. It'll balance out in the end. The investment pool's just been doing a lot of God knows what. Although now it's just suffering because of the clergymen. Oh, we knew this was going to happen and we did it anyway. Monarchy's also nice. Yeah, the monarchy would be nice too. But I think we'll either go corporatism or theocracy. I'm leaning towards corporatism because of the extra company. It is really nice. There's Ulysses Grant. He's fired. That's actually really good for us. I'll have more of the guaranteed spawns that we had to kind of just cycle through. Why are the intelligentsia getting all the leaders? Ooh. Just gonna retire you, and God now leads the Navy. All is well. God leads the Navy, and our cohesion has never been better. It's ticking to 100. Also, chat, I don't know if you were noticing. Can we have a poll? Oh, okay. What would you like the poll to be for? Could you just kind of give me a list of options there? I assume it's between theocracy and corporatism, but I want to confirm that. Unless you also want monarchy to be added there, and we can just go for a 3-way vote. Although that is going to split votes, so it's going to be make it less predictable on who's going to get it. Corporate state and theocracy? Yeah, let me tab out and find the poll button. By the way, I have not streamed in a while, so finding the poll button might take more than 5 minutes. Is that a good thing? No, it is not a good thing. But there is stream marker, highlight, share. Yeah. I'll find the poll button. Although I don't mind if anyone decides to just tell me where that is. Unless I have to do it from the phone. Actually, that's a very good question. There should be a tap add button, it says. It's under the engage. I see it. I found it. Don't worry, I found it. I just gotta add the options now. Okay, there we go. Poll should be up. And I'll let that run for a little while. Corporatism isn't researched yet, so we'll just let that run for a bit and kind of let everyone figure out what they want to support. If they want to sway anyone. If you want to bolster or suppress. Trying to think of other Victoria 3 terms here. As we just kind of slowly build up our economy. Oh, one of our generals died. All right. Oh, the tooltip's not loading. There we go. So an opportunity bonus from pro-British lobbies just basically gave us free investment rights in Britain. So we're just going to bound that for 25 years. I don't know if it was a general or non-general. That's true. We could have probably just gotten the whole Sinai instead of paying it for 10 years, but I don't know. Egypt we just fought a war alongside Egypt. We won. They let us invest into them. Cyprus exists, so we kind of threw them a bone, you could say. The Berlin concession. Hi, Russia. You want a trade agreement? No? Well, okay. Bye, I guess. Hey, the Empire of Japan exists. We'll see how long they last. The investment pool's coming back up. It's getting stronger. It's just going to be a bit because it's trying to do various expansions. Highest GDP of the USA, 1.9. I've only done a USA run once. It was that industry banned one. I didn't finish it, but by the time I had finished it, it was at almost 2 billion GDP under industry banned on 1.9 and then its subsequent hotfixes up to 1.9.2. It was pretty good. I bet I could have gotten it up to 3 billion, honestly. So Calvin is just going to resign in shame. They are now led by a theocrat. Excellent. And Russia is offering Alaska, which has basically been colonized. It's going to be expensive, chat, but I feel like gambling. I feel lucky. I'm feeling lucky. I'm not feeling lucky. Raise taxes. Could it be? Will it actually? No. Colonization of Alaska completed. Boo. Laissez-faire is the best way to get 3 billion GDP. It's kind of... I'm not going to say it is the same, but it's a lot similar. You want to kind of build up a lot of your domestic industry, build up anything you can specialize in that you're good at. I'm sorry. We got a random utilitarian of the industrialists. I didn't even know we could get that. We can get that? I didn't even know. Apparently that's a thing. But yeah, you just kind of want to build up your economy in your mid to late game. When you can get things like the diesel pumps and the cars, that's where it can really take off harder. Higher higher standard of living brings higher demand, which is good. But it also can be brought up by having a higher workforce ratio because more working pops will demand more goods compared to dependents. It's also why I harp on peasants being bad, because peasant demand is really bad. And that is solely because they get their multiplier for it. Instead of being a +1, it is a plus 0.05. So they demand 5% of goods that regular pups do. And that's kind of why I harp on them being so bad. Is because their demand is just kind of programmed to be really low. That's kind of on purpose. Oh, yes, you're right. A larger army would mean we have to consume more small arms just for standing units. We could switch off national militia, but we also can just grow the regular army a fair bit. Although I have to make sure I am equalizing that with some cannons so we can actually push in battle. So the office is crying right now because we're spending $87,000 a week on overseas ventures. Don't worry. I'm told it will eventually calm down. I'm told that if it doesn't calm down, we should panic. Ooh, mutual funds unlocked. Yes, that's gonna kind of help. Actually, that's gonna help a lot. We can actually switch to publicly traded, which would end the clergy oversight, so mutual funds is not gonna help as much as I would like it to. There might be a slight... I mean, yeah, greener grass campaigns would be good. Krakow apparently has the highest standard of living. I'm going to check on that in a minute. But we are kind of running a massive deficit right now, so the high taxes are kind of a necessity. Oh! I see. I see why Krakow has a high standard of living. Some companies moved in, bought up the urban buildings, and just started paying the workers a lot. I'm not doing Divine Economics 3. That's just a one-way ticket to pain. I would like to get the companies, but I actually want to grab Food Standardization 1 to get Food Standardization 2, because that gives a 10% mortality reduction, because our 2.7% pop growth could be even higher. So we're going to go for that to get more pop, and then bolster companies, because more pops means more demand. More demand also means... we can just sell things at a higher price because more people want it, you know? We are exporting over 600 of the Colt revolvers now, so there's at least growing demand. We're apparently exporting paper, too. And Occitanians are mass migrating here. So the good news is that our trade centers are doing pretty well. They're kind of expanding when they need to. We don't really need to worry about them that much, because the Colt company is pretty much taking care of expansion. Landed voting. That is something I was looking at. No one is supporting that at the moment, so wealth voting might be where we stick for a while. The evangelicals would support regulatory bodies. Yes, I think we would like that. I'd like progressive taxation too, but let's get the regulation up first. We're getting a nice amount of pops already. I very much like that. South German mass migration, but it's from the French Republic. He's done it! Samuel Colt is now president of the United States. He's done it, chat. He's also going to take 5% of our tax revenue. I'm less thrilled about that, but we'll try to be happy for him. You know, this is really big. It's a big day for him. Also, Norton showed up. And we stopped paying for Alaska, so that's going to help the budget a little. I don't think they changed the radicals in standard of living. I've been seeing some radical spikes still. It might just be standard of living isn't dropping as much as one would expect, perhaps. Or maybe players have gotten a little wiser about it and they don't fall into the same pits as usual. Now that we stopped paying for Alaska, I think we're going to explore the frontier again. No particular reason. I'm definitely not trying to get additional states from a certain neighbor of ours, who is apparently being invaded by France. That's funny. Yeah, the prestige goods are definitely having a modifier as well. In fact, if we go over here to these capitalists, they're actually a wealth of 64, but it's getting increased by +6 because of prestige goods that they consume. Oh! Chat! Opulent clergyman! God is wealthy! And look at all the guns they buy. It's only 16 because there's not a lot of them. But God has brought us wealth. Well, to this food company at least. Not really anywhere else. Just the food company. Well, we have that. Oh, apparently we have ironclads too. So anyone willing to join us? No, but Brazil's kind of been ticking towards it. Ecuador! We haven't negotiated in a while. Actually, would you like a guarantee? Yeah, we'll do that. The pops are drunk on groceries, pretty much. That's pretty much what's happened there. Now that our budget's looking a lot better, we are going to start switching over and just kind of let steel prices spike up. And just try to start investing a lot in steel. Not too much, but obviously more than we are right now. That way we can get more construction going, lower the costs, use up our iron. I mean, it's possible you do actually have some pops that are lowering in their standard of living. Because maybe they lost their job, maybe they grew and some of them are unemployed. Some of them could be getting discriminated and their standard of living is lower as a result. Which would be its own effect. Sweden is offering us investment rights for trade. Right, because Sweden's a great power. They must have lowered the bar for great power requirements in my game. Oh. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, Sweden, how many companies are in your country? How are you producing the most artillery cannons? Okay. Yes, Sweden is also Protestant, which is fun. Very fun. We're gonna make Peru follow Protestantism now. So that's another country that's been forced to the correct way of thinking as far as the clergymen are concerned, at least. Everyone else, it's a different story. Ah, see, that fort's paying off for the investigation. Very nice. I haven't checked in a while. What does the poll say right now? We're actually in a dead heat of 50-50 with 6 votes. That's funny. I'm sorry, that's it permanently on a political movement? Oh, cool. So the corporatist movement just got a 20% attraction permanently for the rest of the game. I kind of clicked by it and didn't notice until afterwards. I stopped constructing because I got distracted. Well, you know, it wouldn't be enough game if you didn't get distracted at least once while building things, because apparently that just happens at least once per game. But it was great for the budget. Best companies for Japan. Haven't got to play them too much, but they have a couple of special companies. One makes a special silk, one makes special paper. That special paper was unique, but the beta is now offering... Oh, we're the greatest power. That special paper is now kind of less special, but it's still kind of special. It's just not unique anymore. And our investment pool is letting us do all the building again. Although reinvestment is at about 100k now, so it's going well. And we actually have to decide on our third company next. I know you guys are busy voting on theocracy or corporate state, but does anyone have any company opinions by chance? I mean, tools is always not a bad idea for a company. It's not what I would usually go for. I'm biased for the food industry just because of the birth rate. But, oh, wait, it's back up here. But that's just me, personally. See, we could do the generic iron company. I'm just kind of biased for anything that makes a prestige good these days. We could do the Lee Wilson and Company again, just like in the industry band game. They do affect 3 different companies and buff textiles and make special cotton, but maybe we do something else. Maybe we do something else. I mean, yeah, like you said, we could do the generic steel company. That would at least make refined steel, and then we could give them iron mines, and they would be able to do the iron mines. Do you want? Oh, I'm sorry, I dropped my phone. You want to do that? Maybe we'll get the prestige steel and the state construction efficiency, and then give them the iron mines. Actually, don't we have a unique company as the U.S.? Yeah, the Carnegie Steel Company, the open hearth process. Ah, so how about this? We don't get the company now, but we get Carnegie Steel later down the line when we have the open hearth process. Because that is actually going to have iron, coal, and steel. Apparently you can give it fine arts too. But it'll basically be the same, but kind of wrap it up together in one solid company. Yeah, in that case, we could go for the tool company, perhaps. Does that help the Colt firearms at all? Yeah, I mean, it's a manufacturing building. It uses tools. We could get prestige tools. That will help the firearms. Yep, we'll go ahead and do that then. I've noticed the tool one tends to get very profitable too. We can give it iron and steel. This game loves to be funny. Wow, human rights is spreading to us in 1862? Feels a little early for the world. Usually it's supposed to be behind on that kind of thing. We could actually go for open hearth process now. But let's get steel. Actually, oh, you know what? We'll grab it now. That way we have it ahead of time. And then go for pump jacks. We'll set that up. We'll do it that way. I don't know why New Scotland over here is independent, but okay. Oh, we found the Great Salt Lakes now, so we've got one more before we can get half the Columbia District without firing a shot. Let's send Robert Lee. He's never failed the United States. Can't imagine a time when he would have. So I'm actually a little curious about our companies here. Do we want to consider giving our companies investment rights because they have invested overseas in a couple of companies? It would allow them to be a little, quote-unquote, parasitical in those companies. Or, nations, wow. Is there a difference at this point? Yeah, there's no one here yet, jeez. We have no authority either, because we're messing around with political movements. Probably try to ban slavery next. Especially Colt, yeah. So we'll get that done as soon as we're done with the whole slavery thing, because we're suppressing pro-slavery and bolstering abolitionists at the moment. That'll kind of be our game plan. And that will give more time for the vote in the background to be held. Gives people plenty of time to kind of come in and give their opinion too, without being rushed, which I like. That way, now not everyone gets their say, but a lot of people get their say. Let's make sure everything's on rifles and that we are actually kind of privatizing a lot of these buildings here. I won't privatize. Oh, the tool workshops are already privatized. Never mind. Oregon border disputes. Oh shoot! I guess Britain finished it. They beat us to the prize and finished it first. That's fine by me. We don't have to finish. We don't have to pull. I mean, sorry, we're doing it anyway. But we got the territory we were aiming for. So all's well that ends well for our little country. Might have forgotten to incorporate some states too. But we had been waiting for a while and it finished in the background without us knowing. The Suez Purchase is on for another 3 years. Ooh, wow, there's not a lot of people out here yet. Oh, yep, nope, there we go. Boiler explosion, oh no! Anyway. Progress keeps marching on. Except the people who just lost their legs, I guess. Yeah, the U.S. Budget Office is definitely crying in pain. But it's okay. Just focus on the fact that our government is only contested despite the very high taxes. Let's see here. There's so little support for it both ways. Oh, I mean, we could go either way. The positivists would be more supporting of corporate state. Where are we on that vote? We're still in the... Wow, 2 more people voted. We're still 50-50. Good job, guys. Good job. I'm going to try to ban slavery now and then have the game tell me no. Because actually, we're just going to civil war you over it. Yeah, geez. Yeah, that's a guaranteed civil war. I think we need the secret police in that case. Except... there's no support for it because the evangelicals don't care about that. Yeah. So slavery's gonna be around a little longer. We could do the Civil War, but we're just not. We're just gonna go over and ask the secret police for help. Anglo-Canadian mass migration. Really? What's so bad about I mean, what's so bad about Canada? Oh, wait, it's okay. That makes sense. It's coming from a devastated area. That makes more sense. See, now I understand what's going on there. It makes so much sense now, guys. Realistic CSA. Hi, Pocket Wolf. Welcome, man. There's 24 of you here now. Where'd you all come from? The internet, obviously, but... oh no, Robert Lee might die. Okay, I really gotta start watching the events, because we just gave something else. Alright, the liberal movement now has a permanent 25% pop attraction. Oh, this will go great. What else do we have on here? Freedom of thought? Well, that's not happening. Western Frontier's done, though. I'm just going to assume that's a good thing, then. I don't know why it ended suddenly. I'm just going to assume everything's fine, and no one's died suddenly. What map theme is this? That is a good question. This is the French map theme, which you can get with the Voice of the People DLC. I've actually got 4 different options to use, but I've been enjoying the French blue. Just because it has all the, like, the mountains and rivers marked. I really like that. It's very nice to me. Which means I'm also biased in favor of it. Don't worry about the fact that grain's getting expensive. People don't need grain to survive. They just need food and guns. Especially guns. Colt Guns. Coming to a grocery store near... This is getting worse by the second. Excuse me? Oh, the Russian-American companies in Peru. I was really confused. I was trying to figure out, I was really trying to figure out where prime meat was coming from. Goodness. You know what? I'm a little curious. You just build up your gold mines. Build up your railways here, because apparently I don't know what railways are. Just gonna try to help out our subjects down there a little now that the budget office is crying a little less about how terrible the budget is. So, now that the budget is stable, I'm going to destabilize the budget. That's how our economics policy works. Yeah, we've been sitting at 0 infamy because I don't pay attention to it as much as I should. In fact, why can't we bully Mexico? Because we're in the same diplomatic play. New Granada, Honduras... 76 infamy. So... I don't think we need to take a vote on this. I think you'd all support making Mexico a subject, right? Because keep in mind, they're Catholic, so we could change it. And they have coffee. Yeah. We'll go ahead and do that, even though it's going to murder our, global world stage opinion. And it's going to make trading harder for the next decade, because people will withdraw from treaties, but we'll deal with it. Russia's going to damage... Well, I don't mind Russia damaging relations as much now, because we did, Oh, I didn't get rid of psychological affliction for Colt. We got Alaska from Russia, so I'm less concerned about them being upset with us. I mean, it still sucks that they're upset with us, but I'm less upset about it because I don't need to buy Alaska off them anymore. God, I wish we could colonize that last strip of land. Mexico back down. Yay! Let's see. If we get authority, I could start getting Colt to actually do exports, but I see what you're saying about Colt monopoly. We'd have to kind of do that through war against great powers, but that's not very stable. No, the French are still happy with us despite, you know, everything. Because you can see great powers get a minus 300 acceptance, so you basically have to do the equivalency of bribing them with a state. Technically doable, but kind of difficult. Yep. We're gonna have to let our infamy drop now, though, because people are gonna be pretty mad with us. They're scared of the Colt. The Colt. It sounds like I'm saying cult, as if we're, like, a cult of something. God, this is awful. What have you guys made me do? I'll enjoy your open hearth process, because the next company we get, unless the Suez is ready to go, the next company we get will get Carnegie Steel. I really need more authority. You know what? I'm going to stop taxing coffee, and we're going to use the authority to attract people to the Sinai, because I need this populated, or else it's never going anywhere, because we need bureaucrats. It might take a while before we actually get someone over there, but we've started the process. It's going. Oh, we got a new mandate. So, we're currently at 2.73%. Now the Cult of Colts. God, that's awful. With our new mortality reduction, we are now sitting at 2.98% pop growth as the US, which is going to help us grow a bit. And Ecuador's willing to join. Ecuador might join. They're kind of cautious, so we'll get back to them on that, I guess. Oh, what happened? It seems the wealth system is backfiring on us, chat, because the extremely rich capitalists are backing the Whig Party, which means the now new Know-Nothing Party, who apparently knows nothing about politics, is going to lose. The similar naming, right? You could have done that. In 3 years, we might have precision tools, so this is going pretty well. We'll try to help the Know-Nothing Party win more votes here, but they're definitely stonks. They're definitely suffering. Joshua Norton's been scarred, oh no. Whatever will his party do? Apparently, tell the current running president of the United States that he needs to start investing again because he forgot to check his construction pool. Because the capitalists are busy buying up buildings everywhere and they don't have time to start building things. It's a miracle how high my economy gets considering how often I stop looking at my construction pool and it goes empty. It's obviously a bad thing. Loans have a cornerstone of any healthy economy. Yeah, we're just suffering on that no matter what. Our literacy is almost capped out. It kind of is down a bit, so we're just gonna do a little bit of construction spam and then forget about it. So, still can't form a better government because they're too big and ideologically divided. Fantastic. Well, with any luck, we'll get our secret police in a few years and they can do something about it. Do you like the fact that we're deficit spending a lot and we're still not going into debt at all because of all the workshops that we built and whatnot get bought up now? I like that. Tool prices are going to go up because of this. I don't mind. I should mind, but I don't mind. Wait, we're importing how much sugar? We're actually importing tobacco. We're a nation that can make lots of tobacco and we're importing it. That's great. I love that. I love that for us. Whenever the secret police decides to finish, we can, oh yeah, the Portuguese will get independent. We can then see about theocracy or corporate state. It's just gonna kind of come down to, however long it takes, really. Well, we're up to study. Evangelicals' work ethic is back, so that's good for the companies. And our investment pool is at 142k. The company headquarters are reinvesting a lot more now while having clergymen in them, which is definitely a testament here to their success. They want tools in exchange for investment rights and power block. Don't mind if I do, Argentina. How nice of Argentina. Look, yeah, you know what? I will agree to that rename. There you go. We are now the Cult of Colt. It's gonna take a minute. Yep, there we go. The game updated it. It's now official on the map. Ah, they declined it an 82% success chance. Of course they did. Of course they did. Why would they agree? Okay, I'm gonna look into using dynamite more now that the, explosives should be able to more easily keep up with demand. And of course, we're going to do the wise and noble thing of spending more money at once that we don't have. But we definitely will have it in the future, just not right now. Oh, by the way, best thing about Colt is that it gives your army 10% offense. I think that's the best, because it's making... Not only is it making them better, but it's giving them the supply to make them better. So, you've got a base 25 offense that's being increased all the way to 37. And then that also helps your mobile artillery a bit too, because of the modifiers. Hey, Sebastian, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is definitely the most people I've had on stream when it comes to YouTube. I did one stream for this once of, like, Victoria 3 and Frostpunk 2, of just asking questions when I hit 500 subscribers. Then we had the Russia video, or Russia live stream, which was kind of fun. And now we're doing nonsense as the US. And once Secret Police passes here, I'm going to check the poll, and whatever the poll says is probably going to be final at that point. We're already growing at 1.3 million pops, despite not even being at 50 million. So that's awesome. And our private investment pool is starting to take up almost half our construction, which means they are finally taking off. Who just lost all their rivalries? Ah, the Ottomans failed their reforms and are now unrecognized. Okay. Russia's declared a rivalry. We have found our rival, chat. It's Russia. Chat seems to want corporate state. Well, we'll find out. This hasn't passed yet. I think it's honestly, I think it's because of the extra company. I genuinely think it's because of the extra company. Wow, it suddenly skyrocketed to 16 votes. Last I checked, it was at 8. That is beautiful. Okay, let's check on corporate state's passing chance. 41 to 21, because the evangelicals will just support it due to the theocrat. Oh, theocracy is good too. It gives the evangelicals 25%. But that max company is going to be so nice. So let's get to passing it. Corporate state. In 296 days. Oh, we have an unacceptable government. I see. Right. Yeah. I'd lower taxes to help with that, but I kind of need to spend the money because I don't have the money. So that's just going to be a thing. We're getting... Oh, construct the Suez finished. Yes! So that means our next company will be the Suez Canal Company. If we have it incorporated. It's going to take another 11 years, so we might have it next. We'll find out. If not, we have Carnegie Steel lined up as the next one. So it just kind of depends on if we have the capacity by then or not. Colt Port State. I can't even say that. But I find it funny and amusing. And the investment pool is dried up again because it's privatizing stuff overseas. Oh, goodness. You know what? I don't need greener grasses over here anymore because there's now enough Americans in the canal to keep it running. Yeah, there's enough Dixie. So, chat, what do you say about giving Colts firearms investment rights so it can start having regional offices to buy out small arms across the world? Do it. Yes, that's what I think too. We'll give it to the food industries later too. But for now, we're going to give it to Colts Firearms, and we'll just kind of wait and see if they get any regional HQs. Immediately, there's one in Lower Egypt. One in Ecuador, even though Ecuador's... Wow, okay. That expansion didn't take long. It's not anything big, like it's not in Britain. But I mean, lower... Oh... Right, they have access to trade centers. Right. Trade centers. See, that would explain it a little better. We did give them trade centers, didn't we? Yeah. So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that it's kind of going up there for that. There we go. Not in Britain. Spoke too soon? Maybe. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, they're not there yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. We still have investment rights in Britain for 17 more years. Although it's our food company that's been doing privatization, it seems like. Still don't mind that. And I don't want to remove the movements that we're doing because I'm trying to get rid of that pro-slavery movement. Oh, right. You know what would help with that? A larger secret police. So what is this? I've never seen this. Through visibly in favoring sectors to... Oh. Lionized productive labor. Quality work is a Yankee tradition, or for an honest regime of productive classes, which gives us loyalists from high legitimacy, and gives the bourgeoisie attraction. I'm gonna take the one that doesn't give us any radicals, just so we don't have to deal with that. Oh, Alaska got hit by a cyclone, but I don't have money for it. So we're just gonna go ahead and try to deal with that. Yeah, the bottom option. That's what we went ahead and took. Oh no, the gold's been depleted in Alaska. Whatever will we do? They've taken our gold. We can actually survey for the Panama Canal next. So I'm just going to start boosting relations for that. Just kind of plan it in advance. Ooh. So, will this give us a good mass migration? My answer is no. North Germans from Hanover. Honestly, not great, but it's not Finnish from Sweden, so I guess we'll take it. You know, it's kind of, you know, it's better than nothing. Just gonna make them both subjects now so they can start paying us money. Very nice. Right? It could be worse. Someone else's rivalry's just broke, and I kind of wish I didn't wipe that away. Who is currently a great power? No, that's kind of what I would expect. Maybe maybe it was someone else, like maybe Belgium fell to minor power. No? Eh. Who knows? Ooh, if we didn't have infamy, I'd make Japan a protectorate. Oh. We didn't have all that infamy. It would be so good. You know what I will do, though? It's really risky because it's going to take away money. I am going to get us some authority and give investment rights to the food syndicate. Just so it starts kind of investing overseas, too. As I realize we are once again going, not broke, but not really building. Because this streamer cannot focus for more than 5 seconds, it seems like. There's just too many things and too many buttons to press and see what they do. We have another mandate, and instead of getting like Food Standardization 3 or Divine Economics 3, we are now going to start investing in companies. And the first one here gives us just a 10% throughput bonus. Just 10, straight up 10%, so our companies just became 10% more effective. Or efficient, if you would like to word it that way instead. We are now also making precision tools. So that's going to be fun. The Food Syndicate has regional HQs in Britain and Prussia. But it's that one in Britain that I'm most interested in. Because it means we've been making Britain demand luxury food, and now it's going to just start siphoning off money even more. Oh, I love it. Hopefully it gets a lot of wealth. Greek mass migration from the Ottomans. We finally got our first tick for corporate state after 300 days, and it was a stall setback. Oh, you're an experienced entrepreneur now. How nice. I can't wait for the next election. I hope it changes things. Our government is not doing so well right now. It's in dire need of more productivity. But at least our debt's stable, in the sense that it's growing about as fast as the economy. Not faster, just fast. Definitely another case of investing into paper. Just a bit. Yep, Metalworks profit is definitely spiking upwards now that it's making even more. And if we go over to our small arms sector, you'll notice, I mean, it's only 1% throughput from the prestige goods because they don't own all of the tool workshops yet. They're kind of still working on buying them out over time because they're also buying out workshops that are overseas and building new ones at the same time. So it's just taking time. Yeah, the landowners hate us, but they mean nothing. It's just, oh yeah, legacy slavery is still active. We really need to ban it at some point. Now that we have the secret police, it should be a little easier to keep the pro-slavery movement quiet. I'm sure they'll find a way to start a civil war anyway. But we'll deal with it. Okay. Now we can actually use pump jacks. We don't have the engines for an immediate switch for all of that, but I am going to arbitrarily switch one of the tobacco farms over. Just so we stop importing tobacco as much. Okay, there we go. I had to just kind of click back and click forward to reset this because it was trying to make us invest overseas, which is definitely not what we wanted to do there. All right, there we go. Ooh! I just saw an Italian leadership war started, so someone is actually trying to unify Italy. We really should put more interests down. Now that we've got interests in other parts of the world, I would very much like to have more interests elsewhere. I mean, Egypt is kind of willing to give the rest of the Suez, but from the standpoint of, yeah, if you give us a lot of stuff, which we could try to do, Actually, do they like guarantee or defense pack more? They like defense pack a lot more. Military assistance does nothing. What about money? Up to 54. I mean, we could give them money, but let's just say no tariffs and no subventions on sugar and tobacco. That kind of shifts it down, and then we can just give them money to finish it off. Probably like 6,800 is what I'm thinking here. We could do goods transfer instead. That's true. That depends on what they need, though. They are not open. They're open to a few. Oh, they're open to clothes. That's actually a good call there. And chairs. You know what? We'll do those, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, that works. And then in 5 years, we can just leave it. So there we go. We have the whole cyanide now. Yeah, so goods transfer's got a more kick to it than I thought. So let's see. We're spending 30K on the goods, but we're also earning 32K, so it works out. The money is basically balanced. Oh, Joshua Norton just died, I think. No, he's still here. Ooh, false alarm, people. He's still alive. He's okay. He's okay for now. Oh man, the Whig Party got even stronger. I thought wealth voting was supposed to make them less powerful, not stronger. And the Southern owners just kind of go away. Honestly, at this point, I'm just going to retire all your commanders. We're just going to kind of fire them all. I guess I can't retire you. You actually have an important position, so I can't just fire you. Because I'm pretty sure he leads them right now, doesn't he? No. Theocrat, moderate. We are going to engage in some political manipulation shenanigans. I say some because we're still going to get guaranteed spawns that aren't as supportive. There we go. That bumped up the evangelicals by 2 and almost knocked out the southern landowners here. Why can't we retire Robert E. Lee, or did I just mess that up? Oh, he's busy. He's busy. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Robert Lee is quote-unquote busy, chat. He was doing the Western Frontier exploration, but Britain finished it while we were doing it. The game thinks he's still exploring over here. He's basically lost. He's like lost somewhere in the mountains. Oh no. Oh no. And the Whig Party is just escaping us here. Oh well. We'll see if we can form a government with it. I assume we won't, but... Ooh. I'm gonna take the 20% enactment chance just so we can pass corporate state. I also need to end the poll there. We have 20 votes now. I can't arrange an accident. It won't let me arrange an accident either. Ooh. It just said we got an obligation from Japan, so Japan must be enacting something. No? They just gave us an obligation? Alright, sure, I'll take it. Why not? I can use this obligation to just kind of get in there. They even want small arms? Ooh. Fine art. There we go, we just got investment rights in Japan. So that's fun. Ooh, people are getting exiled. Maybe we investigate. Maybe we do nothing. I'd like it if the southern landowners were to drop. I just need a little, just a little nudge. A little push. The game could give me one more abolition. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, maybe we retire you. No? Okay, what about the Navy? Same circumstance. Okay. The Navy is not agreeing either. So we'll just promote like one armed forces. There we go. Southern planters are gone now. That's not gonna fully change the results of the election, but it might make a government more possible. Is it still... Oof. Man, the Whig Party has been nothing but a menace. Yeah, we can make another army too, just like a fifth one that's just purely a political appointment. It can get lost. It can get lost like Robert Lee is. Oh god, that's just 240 now because all the investment rights. I'm getting confused as to where we can build. I'm kind of building along this stretch of states over here with Illinois. And the reason why is because they all get that 5% market access price impact from the river. So they're a pretty good investment location. It's not something you have to do, but it is something I would advise as the US. It's a pretty good, like, economic strip to invest in. Because once you research Zeppelins in macroeconomics, they'll reach 100% market access price impact. So the price of the goods will be equivalent to national price. Trying to see if these have expanded anywhere else. Not yet, and they need to be given it. They do make a nice amount of money now. We're over 200k reinvestment. I just need our tax waste to go away, and then we'll be good. And in theory, we'll be good. In practice, probably not. That's okay. I know we've got a bunch of engines, motor industries that we built up now. They just can't recruit because there was no demand. I'm just gonna kind of do that. We just gave it subsidies for that one tick to try to help it boost it up. Because it was thinking it couldn't hire, it didn't have the money. Because the goods are relatively new. The building itself is new, really. And steel got a little bit expensive. In fact, groceries are expensive again. Cool. Ooh. We have not even watching the army and its development, but apparently it is time to upgrade our rifle production again. Apparently there was a lot of things to upgrade that we never did. Wow. We just kind of cycled through all that. And then we'll just let it fail in the background without paying attention to it. We do make even more Colt revolvers now. We actually make 2K and export over 1,000 Colt revolvers, so it is growing. We just need to make a lot more steel now because apparently they really need steel. I really wish we had an acceptable government. Why has God punished us like this? It's probably punishing me for the fact that I've been overspending indefinitely. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe this is the test, you know? This is to test us. Or something else, I don't know. I'm spewing out nonsense on purpose. Oh good, more French mass migration. It's not like an American game with more French mass migration. Well, Occitanian, really. This is what Vic is all about. Pops are consuming 682 guns. Oh! Who is backing Mexico? Russia? Yeah, Russia's backing Mexico. That's not surprising. I almost clicked accept without a second thought. Oh my god. That would have been bad. We could reduce autonomy as a punishment, but I kind of want to get our infamy down. So we'll just kind of focus on winning the war. Let's see here. We can call in Brazil guaranteed, so we'll just do that. Mecklenburg still exists. That's amazing. It looks like they have more troops than us at first, but that's just because we do mobilizations. They just have the standing army at the ready, so, you know, there's a small difference. Oh, right, we had the money transfer. No, we still get the infamy, though. Oh, but yeah, max money is something we should have done. I didn't consider that. I was just not thinking. Yeah, You know what? It is 22 infamy, so on second of thought, we will actually go ahead and do that. Now that I've had time to think about it, we'll go ahead and do it. And we're going to kind of keep our Navy close by. Ooh, franchising. Let's check on that in a minute. Just so Mexico can't get supply through trade. I kind of want vacuum canning for the food industries because we can get oil. Anarchism's almost done spreading. But I kind of want Zeppelins. I want a lot of things, really. I usually don't get those things. We got a breech-loading artillery at some point. Do we already have that upgrade? We do. Fantastic. Good blockade Ingria. Yeah, that's true. We might do that. I'm going to grab vacuum canning just to bolster our food industries. And then we'll probably go for feminism. I'm just thinking from an economical standpoint here. Oh, before we go to war, though, I am going to impose state religion on Mexico because it's funny. Samuel Colt dies. Is he still the president? He is. Oh, he can remove his psychological affliction, though. Yay! He's no longer unpopular. I mean, we could have let him die, but I think it's so funny that he's president right now. I just think it's so funny. The evangelicals aren't going to get upset with us, though, because wage subsidies hasn't passed because we've been taking forever. But that's just how it goes. Oh, look at that offense, chat. Shift work, yes. We could do shift work, too. Let's actually do vacuum canning and shift work. Those are both good. But, look at that offense. 75 from shrapnel artillery. In part because we have just a good commander in charge. And then Colts Firearms is giving us a 10%. But the skirmish infantry themselves have 46. It's just so good. I really love it. We'll see how long it lasts, though. We could end up suffering a great deal later. Our engine company's just kind of suffering over here. Yeah, they're suffering. They're not really employing. That's weird. That's why we're having an issue. For some reason, they're just not really employing like they should. Like I would expect them to, I should say. The religious map probably doesn't look much different from how it has been. But there is less Catholicism down here. It's been slowly drifting towards Protestantism. Apparently, there's a technocracy in Bolivia, but, you know, they've been having their fun. So it hasn't really shifted that much. It's kind of shifting, but it's taking time. Ah, the Russians have skirmish infantry. That's cute. I have Colts. I have 70 offense while attacking. I don't think they're gonna win. Just a guess, chat. I don't think they're gonna win. Oh, wow, we found all 100 oil fields in Texas right off the bat. Okay. Between that and all the pops here in Texas, we're just going to kind of build up sugar. Oh. Wait, we got the anarchist movement before we got the trade unions. That's funny. The anarchist movement showed up before the trade unions did. And it looks like policing is just going to keep them down, so we don't even have to worry about it. Russia still is on peasant levies. So what that does, being on peasant levies, it kind of prevents some conscription. And you can only, it prevents advanced training on conscription. And it allows you to only conscript infantry battalions that aren't mechanized infantry. So they kind of slightly nerfed, slightly buffed peasant levies. But it's still a law you want to get off of because it gives you plus 10% morale loss, which is just bad. Actually, I'm willing to give up on the money transfer if they just agree now. Yeah. Because I'll save, yeah, we just We just dropped our expenses by 100k. We'll save way more money if the war ends now than the 5k they'll pay us. In my opinion. The Cult of Colt has a new mandate available. I hate this. So, we're gonna go ahead and give our Metalworks investment rights now so they can get regional HQs too. This is gonna spread precision tools around, but that's fine. We're just kind of going for company profit. Oh, by the way, Colts Patent Firearms now has a regional HQ in Britain. So that's fun. I don't think we're going to see any obsessions for small arms, but I would laugh if I saw even one, even if it's like a really small pop group. But I don't think it's going to happen. Unless we see an abnormal spike in small goods demand for pops, I'm going to assume it's not happening. Maybe that's a little pessimistic, but obsessions have proven to be very erratic in when they do and don't happen. Which is fine, but it does kind of leave me wanting. Ooh, regional companies are already third highest, and they just grew by another 4k. 2k. Did the Metalworks already establish its own? Yeah, we're just kind of hooked into Britain at this point. Ooh! I like the pipelines now, chat, because now they give you 20% oil extractor throughput for the rest of the game for a very small 200 expense. Small arm obsessions are not common. They're kind of like all the other obsessions. They're not really common. They can happen. And selling a godload of small arms will help it happen, but it's not a guaranteed thing to occur. It's not we're not gonna snap our fingers and suddenly it's everywhere. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, has the cyanide been incorporated? So we still have 6 more years on the cyanide, so if we pass corporate state here, we're just gonna get Carnegie Steel. Ooh. Chat, Bolivia got the wood company, but I kind of want Brazil's wood company if they ever get it, because they can make special hardwood. So I'm kind of debating on that. The Navy is actually using ironclads already. Oh! Apparently Armenians got obsessed with opium. It's news to me. Yeah, the evangelicals are upset now because we failed to pass what they wanted, but now we are a corporate state. But we're still the United States. So don't worry about that too much. Maybe worry a little, just don't worry too much. I'd really like to ban slavery. Let's give it a shot. Maybe we can ban slavery now. Maybe it's finally time. 88% militant is not too bad, except for the fact that it could still tick up. It could still tick up. So we're going to try to just industrialize the South a bit. Have you tried turning it off and on again? No, I have not. Oh, we could get Standard Oil. No, I said we get Carnegie Steel. Let's go get Carnegie Steel. Oh. Wait, chat, I forgot. We don't need to incorporate the cyanide to get the Suez Canal Company. It makes prestige goods. Okay, let's get the Suez Canal Company first, because that gives us a company slot when it's done. And it actually buys up trade centers, but that's okay. It buys up shipyards too and ports, which should be fine. So we'll get this to 100 prosperity and then get Carnegie Steel. Which is actually better, because that'll give us 50k for the rest of the game, too. Man, India just broke. I know we saw that before, but I just had to look at it again to realize, yeah, India's broken. I see we're making lots of money again. I don't know how long that's going to last, but I'm going to make more construction instead of dropping taxes, because we are really mean to our pops. Just really, really mean to our pops. Yeah, India kind of just got massacred. I've never seen India collapse that hard while the East India Company, now the British Raj, still technically exists to a small extent. Extent? Anyway, where are these being consumed the most? I assume it's from our companies. Yeah, it's where the companies are positioned. That's not too surprising. The English are here, yeah. It's just kind of their highest consumed good for leisure. That's what it is. It's not that they have an obsession with it. We just kind of drove them to consume it. In fact, let me show you what I mean there. It's that 60, almost 61% of their leisure needs are met by small arms. So they just have fun shooting off guns. Don't know if that's a healthy thing for them to have, but it's what they do. It is what they do. Grain's actually getting so expensive now, I have to consider making a few more farms again, but we've been kind of ignoring it. Fish is what we're going to really need here in a minute, which we make enough of to stabilize, but we don't have enough actual fisheries. So, let's just tick all that up and then ignore it. Because now we make even more groceries. What's not to love about that? It'd be strange if the US didn't consume a lot of guns. I suppose you're not wrong. For the US in particular, it would be a little strange. Oh, the investment pool is definitely kicking off now. It's slowly getting up there. It's actually able to kind of purchase and build things every turn, which is a good sign. That means it's getting larger. In fact, the metalworks company has the most profitability. Or profits. Guns being down doesn't surprise me because they're buying a lot of trade centers and then the guns are kind of cheap even with the monopoly. Although they don't have a full monopoly, I'm noticing. That's probably because of our subjects, I'm assuming. Could be wrong about that. It could be something else that I'm not noticing. But I'm just going to blame our subjects. Oh, Susan Anthony has shown up. She normally supports the feminist movement, but the feminist movement can't exist yet because feminism hasn't been researched yet. Which I usually research, but we're kind of growing a little fast now. So we haven't really had the need to research it. In fact, we can get more construction sectors to get more steel. We're almost at 120 million GDP already in 1872. It's going pretty well. And more North Germans from Hanover. This thing loves locking to exactly one culture from exactly one nation. So we're just going to depopulate Hanover, I guess. Yeah, we're just going to take people from Hanover and make Hanover suffer for it. Once we have the gantry cranes here in a little bit, in fact, let me help that finish, just because it'll help the Suez Canal Company. The ports will do better because their productivity is going to be higher. Oh, we have cameras now. Cool. It'll also get us more fish, which is definitely a good side benefit, is it not? Priest clergy oversight. You must have it. The clergy demand it. Forgot we needed to switch these over too. There we go. That's all switched over. Trade Empire playthrough, no conquest. Yes, I've definitely been considering that, just to kind of heavily rely on trade. Belgium's an obvious choice for that kind of run, but I might try to pick something else. I'm not certain. Oh, suddenly we have no steamers, right. Maybe we switch to steamships, and that will solve itself. Yeah, there we go, that's better. The Merchant Marines will be unprofitable for a tick or two, but then it should fix itself. Oh! Well, I guess we're suffering volcanic winter for the next 5 years. And it looks like it's the level 2 of 3, so it's kind of the 20% if you do nothing. Oh! The Whig Party's collapsing. Fantastic. Finally, the Whig Party is actually breaking apart. Well, that's a nasty fire. What do we need? Steel? We always need steel. When do we not need steel at this point? It'd be weirder if we didn't need steel, I'd say. Huh! 777 construction. What lucky sevens. Such luck won't last, but we can enjoy it. Who are you? Traditionalist? Bourgeoisie? No, I'll keep the abolitionist for now until we, get rid of slavery. Then we can consider altering the political system. If I can speak for more than 3 seconds, that'd be fantastic. That looks like the Know Nothing Party is setting up to win now. Which means, unfortunately, Samuel Colt will no longer be president, but I think he's had a good run. He's been president for well over a decade now, to my memory. So, you know, pretty good run, all things considered. I guess he's not really president anymore. Oh, no, it is still president. Never mind. Oh, I've got to pick Samuel Colt, guys. I just got to pick it. He is the man of the hour, after all. Slave Empire of France, God. We should probably fire the undevout generals, yeah. We can also let them die of old age. Just because we've been trying to get rid of slavery here. Yeah, okay, the evangelicals actually support France, so we're gonna have to go embargo Russia now. Because they just demanded that we do it or else. Otherwise, the evangelicals, who are almost 50% of our clout, get even angrier. We have a legitimate government again, praise God. Literally, praise God, because he's the reason why. We can actually pass things at a normal pace now. Okay, company profits are looking awful. Can we export merchant marines to rectify this? Because this is looking terrible. At least until we get that extra company. Then we can consider just, you know, reverting it. But right now I need to do some subventions there. And maybe get more coal, even if it breaks a few of the states. And I think a little more construction because we can afford it. Taxes can stay very high. Who needs to treat the people well? Oh, so much evangelical support. It's kind of sickening, actually. Can we ban slavery? I don't know. Apparently the answer is you get a you stall on a 3% chance is the answer. And you fail the 25% roll. The game really wants slavery to stay. Well, at least we got Firebreak, I guess. Just take the free legitimacy from that one. Is there an abolitionist for the rule of health? No, there's not really. Well, we can only hire Protestants, so our options are kind of limited. How is the merchant marine selling going? I mean, trade centers use them all the time. How many are we selling is what I'm trying to figure out here. Less than 715, apparently. But we are exporting a little bit. Not a lot, but we are exporting a little. We probably just need to build more trade centers, honestly. North Carolina says they could use it. And New York's actually run out of pops. Awesome. I knew New York could do it. Alright, Suez Canal is prosperous. We can now establish the Carnegie Steel Company. And we're gonna go from there. It is not a... This is not prosperous. This is prosperous, but it's, you know... It's prosperous because we're paying for it with subventions. Very little subventions, though. Actually, less than small arms. Which have seen less consumption globally, but that's fine. It's probably because wars stopped firing. Yeah, you did call it. It didn't pass for now. Booming oil industry. Indeed. And we just got companies 3, which means we get a free company slot. So, we actually need to decide our next company now. I know we just assigned a new company, but we need to assign a new company. And we have a lot of choices to pick from. There's even high-grade explosives now. There's paper, which, by the way, this paper, prestige paper in your government administrations means up to 20% throughput for your government administrations and your universities. Not saying it's powerful, but it is worth considering if you have nothing better to pick. I know we've got the paper choice there. There's still Lee Wilson and Company. If again, cotton. There's Standard Oil. Actually, we can grab Standard Oil. We just need to build 5 oil rigs in the Midwest, which we can do really quickly. And it makes the railways extremely good. The chair company is actually really good, though. It usually gets really profitable as time goes on. But more efficient government administrations means we need less bureaucrats. Paper. I'm seeing at least 2 of you say for paper, which we'll probably do at this rate. Which would be this one, and it can be given logging camps if we need it. I see what you're saying, though. We also get the 10% bureaucracy. That is good. Yeah, I guess we'll go for it for now. We can always change our mind at a later date. Argentina refused to join us. How dare they? Well, we'll get them later. If not now, we'll get them later. Colt always finds a way. Am I talking about the gun or the power block? No one knows. I'm sure someone knows. Oh, construction ended really fast there. In that case, let's finish building the first transcontinental railway. Which is basically just make sure everything has a railroad or 2. Yeah, there we go. We'll just have that done. It's all about making a statement. Even more throughput for the government administrations. Yeah. I admit our peasant numbers are still rising, which tells me we have been growing at a good rate and that we have been getting good mass migrations. We're actually still not using explosives in our iron mines, which we probably should, but we're not importing iron. We could export iron, though. There's no reason why we couldn't. Yeah, let's get like 10 more explosives factories and we'll just start using it for iron. Where's Carnegie Steel set up? By the way, yes, Andrew Carnegie does lead it. They've set up in Pennsylvania. Yeah, no, that makes sense, actually. I did mention Pennsylvania specifically. Ooh, 20 legitimacy. Yes, please. And then New York. What? So many HQs have set up in New York now. We have 3 of them here. No wonder there's no people to employ. A sad place to be poor in because everyone's being taxed. Or because everyone's a peasant so they don't have good jobs. I suppose it could be either one. But there's 60 million people in Rising. At a good rate, I'd argue. I did drop Colonial Affairs to level 2, though, just to save on some paperwork. For ourselves, of course. That's going up to 100 already. That's going up to 100. Colts is at 65k, 182. Metalworks is kind of beating out all the others. I'm not surprised, honestly. Given how useful prestige tools, or precision tools are. But is that all of our tools? Probably not. It's almost all of our tools. That's good enough. That's a pretty good amount. Yay. First transcontinental railroad is done. That's just going to give migration attraction to some states. And we'll do the long-awaited survey of the Panama Canal. Which we will definitely maybe not give back in the future. Probably not going to give it back, but we can pretend that we will. Poor Germany here just can't unify. Prussia just got kicked to the curb so hard that even though it formed a power block again, it has almost no one in it. So they're just kind of perpetually suffering. They might come through in the end. But right now, that's not happening. Now, maybe I should be looking to fertilizer. I haven't really been looking into that. Yeah, apparently the farms are not really profitable because we have no fertilizer. I usually invest a lot into fertilizer, but in this case, we just kind of didn't. Because we were just investing into our food industry so much, we didn't really need grain. We kind of filled up on power block principles, I think, right? No, we didn't. We actually just need more members so we can get another one. So, freedom of movement could be something we grab. We're still working on banning slavery, and that's going to be a while, I'm sure. We finished feminism. That's good. Let's get identification documents really quickly just to upgrade the secret police to level 5. That'll make things a little bit better for us. Or transportation infrastructure. See, that's the problem. There are a lot of good power block principles now that you can't go wrong with choosing most of them. Most of them end up being a pretty good choice. Oh no! Colt died of old age. There's a new man in charge of Colt Patton's firearms. He is an evangelical, though, so I wouldn't worry too much. Instead, Andrew Carnegie now leads the industrialists. So, still an executive leading the industrialists. That's nothing new. Actually, let me switch around here. We can actually get... We can actually get the bourgeoisie in office right now, and they are led by an abolitionist who will help us ban slavery faster. So we'll just go ahead and use that really quick. More mass migrations from France, which I am very happy about, personally speaking. Our debt's been going down too, so hopefully in a bit here we won't need to owe money anymore. I did just realize, actually, chat, we've been paying additional expenses for... Oh, no, it's just volcanic winter relief. I thought we were paying for that, expedition that Lee's been lost on for just forever. The good news, though, is that we aren't. Lee might be lost, but our bank account isn't. This time. Hops are a very important thing all the time, but we seem to be getting a lot of the mass migrations as it is, and our pop growth is still really high, which is good. It's just more of, we need cultures like Russian to get turmoil. French usually get turmoil. They're about to be in a big war, actually. So that might work. Or if Qing got some turmoil, but it looks like we're below 15 as well, yeah. No one wants to have problems in their country so they can come to us. People always wanted the AI to get better, but what happens when the AI gets too good? Let me check for the Panama. It's 168. That is actually less than I expected. And they actually want to give us investment rights too, which is a bonus. The only thing they want is small arms, but it's like 12 small arms. They don't want anything else, so that's not great. And that doesn't work either. We're gonna have to pay them money. And owe the obligation. Oh, we don't even have the influence for this. Okay, hang on. I just need to manipulate numbers here. That's enough to get them to 1. Okay, so we need something else to convince them that we can also... Oh, we need more influence, but it's all being spent on defense facts. You know what? Mecklenburg, we've had a good run. We've had a good run, but I can't afford this anymore. I can't do it. Alright, so about that port. There we go, we have the entire Panama now, so now no one can ask whether we need to give it back in the future or not. We just keep it. Right before the canal survey was done, too. Fantastic. Yeah, no, thank you. I keep forgetting to do that because most of the time when I try to get states in my other games, there's like a minus 250 or 300 opinion. So it just feels like good luck trying. But in this case, it actually works quite well. So our investment pool is doing really good. I thought I'd show it again. We're at 400K now, most of that being the company headquarters and their regional headquarters. Not all of our companies have access to such headquarters, but we now have access to refined steel. So that's fun. Steel is used in a lot of things, including construction. And Colt firearms, which I feel like we're going to be referencing way too often in this. It's fine that we do, I just feel like I'm referencing it an awful lot. The budget office is now happy. Yeah, they're happy for now. Free trade, ooh. We'll probably get to free trade at some point. I'm just trying to ban slavery because 8.19% of the population are still enslaved, and I'd like them to not be, so they can maybe enjoy the wondrous thing of owning a gun. That's probably not a good idea, but we're gonna go for it. Oh, refined steel in my delicious market. It's gonna be so good for the tooling workshops. Yeah, we can expand these a little bit. All right, craft paper is now ticking. 3 years, it'll be done. And I need to build more things again already. This keeps happening to me. Why must this happen to me? Why can't the investment pool just do all the work? I say that, but I would still do it anyway. Sadness for anyone who's not a capitalist. I mean, I feel like the clerks are doing fine, and the bureaucrats are probably fine. I mean, yeah, government officials live a middling life. They're not terribly off. We need one more member to join our power block so we can unlock the final slot. Maybe we try to do it diplomatically. We'll find out. It's not a big deal. It's one of those things we'll get around to doing. The mines could maybe use transportation, but we have so many peasants to employ still that it's not a high priority for me. But it's also because various states like Pennsylvania are so maxed out on transportation because of companies, and other areas are still high that I could do it, but in some circumstances, like in New York, we do not have the transportation for it. We just don't. How many clergymen do we have? Almost 2%. Not bad. Not great. Not terrible. Oh yeah, the clergymen have an executive now, so they're getting a 30% bonus. How funny. Newfoundland off of Great Britain? I don't think we can, but I can ask. I mean, the worst they can say is no and declare war on me. It's gonna be what, British? It's gonna be called Newfoundland, right? Or is it British Newfoundland? Newfoundland. I had to check because sometimes the game's just gonna name it one thing and you have to figure that out or else. Oh, we could probably do this, but we are gonna have to give Britain a few things. Apparently Britain has quite the clothing shortage. I think this is going to be very dangerous for our economy. But we are going to try something potentially dangerous. Everything else is kind of a no. Okay. Oh, minus 123 when exceeding the plus 50 maximum acceptance from goods transfer articles. Okay, so there's no point in doing too much of that unless we want to dump a bunch of things on them. 0 acceptance, minus 25. Plus 5. Yeah, you're right about that one. Giving them money is only up to 47. I mean, I can agree to, like, no tariffs, no subventions on lead. We're even trying to owe them an obligation. I think it's because we're infamous. Perceived fairness of current treaties. Oh, because we have the one-sided treaty right here, right? Yeah, so they're a little upset about that. Okay, that's what it is. Newfoundland's probably not worth giving too much stuff to them, to be honest. It's not a bad state by any means. Canada, now if they were willing to give me all of Canada, that would be a different story. The last I checked, apparently the budget office wouldn't be able to afford that, so we just kind of dropped it. Ooh, let's get food standardization 3 chat, since we don't have the 4th slot unlocked yet. Because that gives us efficient canning practices. Which all this does is it makes the 60 groceries be 70 groceries instead, and that's it. So they'll just produce more from the exact same amount that they were already producing. Slavery has finally been banned. Finally. What now? What do we do next? Do we... Well, I can't really restrict the voting laws. We kind of need various agitators to show up. Do we get Norton in power? We're a corporate state, so we're not going monarchy, but do we have any interest in Norton? He'd help us pass women's suffrage and end child labor. Better taxes. Taxes are already very high. They can't get higher. I mean, why not? Nah. I just want to at least restrict child labor here. Maybe give women some rights, but I want to at least restrict child labor to get more education. Multiculturalism could be good. It means less Yankee, less Dixie, but it would mean we'd get a ton of pops to us. We could also just switch to cultural exclusion. That would kind of work too. We could get professional army. Yeah, except... Yeah, no, we could do it. We'll just have to build a really big army. But I'll take it, yeah. We can try, but the yeoman farmers are going to try to stop us here. Oh, El Salvador wants to be friends. Fantastic. We were looking for friends. We actually have a lot of authority now because the 2 respective movements are gone. I feel like we should boost corporatism just to... well, no, it doesn't really help us. There's the funny labor movement, if we wanted to... Oh, that's what you meant by better taxes. I see what you mean. I see. Yeah, we could make Norton a leader too. I kind of want to, but I had promised before that we would at least try to get professional army, and I want to at least keep that promise on our attempt. So on our attempt, we shall go before anything else. Oh, good. The Know Nothing Party is in the lead. Hopefully they stay in the lead. And now any ports that the Suez... You know what? I kind of want to give the Suez Canal monopoly rights on ports now, except then the Panama Canal Company will succeed. But they are now producing highly competitive merchant marines, which is something the trade centers will then use to get more throughput. And that increased throughput is going to give us more trade capacity for the exact same amount of trade centers, which immediately filled up. I'm very happy to see that. I don't think it means we have a ton to trade, but I'm gonna build New York up here a little. Oh, and the game did not like us investing in New York. It crashed a second time. So the beta is slightly unstable. I'll get it, put it back up here, and we'll keep kind of burning the midnight, not the midnight, but the late night oil. It's a little unfortunate that it did that to us a second time, but it already happened earlier. We kind of anticipated that it would happen. So we'll go ahead and just get it booted back up here and kind of burn it for a while longer. Oh, this time OBS found it again really fast. And this is also why I would encourage using monthly autosaves. So if the game ever decides to bork on you, the worst you do is lose a couple of weeks. In this case, we lost days. Just do that, and we'll tab away from New York and not look at it. Actually, we make so much money now because our investment pool can kind of just keep up. I'm wondering, do we lower taxes? Do we finally drop a tax level? Because maybe we do for more stability, because we've been a fairly unstable country for a long time. Remove the service taxes. I'd say the new patch is decently fun overall. I actually want to say I haven't been noticing the stuttering issue as much. It's still like that right there. It's still kind of there, but I'm noticing it a little less, or maybe I've gotten used to it and I'm just lying to myself. Either one is entirely possible. I'm either more used to it, or I've just become really good at self-lying in order to trick my own brain. And either result would amuse me. I feel like... Yeah. I think I know what we're gonna do with some of this money. Ooh, the game did not like loading that. Let's restrict that. I know what we're gonna do with some of our money. We're gonna get more government construction. Totally not about to subvention a bunch of guns and dump it on the market for extremely cheap prices that might have a horrible effect on the trade system in 5 minutes. Or however long it takes for us to take along. But I noticed Colt revolvers getting pretty low because they started making even more of them. Presumably because throughput suddenly went up. And now there's suddenly more of them. So we're just going to start exporting more of them by just doing a small thing called bribery. Budget office cries out in pain. I mean, we could use the greener grass campaigns, but I feel like the US, once you have the Statue of Liberty, you have so much migration attraction that it's almost impossible for others to get mass migrations. Now, it does happen, but you have to keep in mind it's like Mecklenburg into Prussia at 29. Over here, I don't even know what's going on there. Oh, these are mass migrations that wouldn't have even targeted us to begin with because of the discrimination. Well, we've been getting a fair number of them throughout the game. Definitely good margins for the US kind of amount. Oh, they're over 50%. The evangelicals are doing great. Yeah, professional army keeps failing here. That's it's not a good sign, I'd like to note. Generally, it's considered a bad sign when it keeps failing. Oh, firearms make up our second largest export in counting. Okay, there we go. It keeps trying to pull up trade points that it really shouldn't. How's our subventions doing now? Ah, it's actually still very cheap. Other things is what added on for our expenditures list. Oh, shoot. Brazil sent us a treaty that we could have accepted despite not having influence, but since I went to renegotiate it, we can't do it now. Awesome. I mean, we could use them, but I guess we have the authority is what we really should use. Oh, we could also give out more charters. And I think let's at least give out Carnegie Steel investment rights and the paper investment rights. Just so they can invest overseas. And then... I guess New York does need it, and then... we'll just kind of pop it in a couple states that feel important to me. And we'll just see what happens with it. Why not? Oh, such high standard of living. Considering how high our taxes are, that is. That's the only reason why I would call it a high standard of living. Alright, just went quiet for a second there to kind of read and focus. Otherwise, you're gonna just see the economy get worse. Oh! We've populated the West Americas enough, apparently, for the journal entry to be satisfied. Even if we're not satisfied, the journal entry is, so it no longer cares. Where's the Navy? I need to upgrade it. Oh, it's... can't be upgraded yet. We don't have the technology. Well, I didn't know we didn't have the technology. Someone should have told me. Someone should have kept me informed that we didn't have the technology for this. I see tools are a little expensive, but I assume... oh, it's just because it's in Connecticut. That's fair. Might also have to do with the fact that there's a monopoly going on right now for said tools. But that's okay. Yeah, you do want to keep it low to maximize pop growth. Our pop growth is starting to fall because our standard of living is rising due to the bonuses that we get. But also because we decided to get food standardization 3. Down to 9 members. I thought we were up to... oh, no, we were at 8. Now we're at 9, right? Yep, can't count. It's okay. What is happening? Oh, goodness. So France might be, kind of on fire here. We might see more Occitanian mass migrations pretty soon. There goes a loud vehicle by, unless France just dies out. I guess Britain's taking revenge for the time when France invaded and occupied Britain to death. So they're just kind of doing it back and forth to one another. Ooh. Sure, just kick the random guy out of office, let someone else take over. The armed forces are now led by an ethno-nationalist. This was a terrible decision. Ooh, lead's expensive. How unusual. Lead is usually one of the cheaper options. That tells you how little we've been focusing on it. Not a bad problem. The state values for oh, I see what you're curious about. Because they're isolated right now, you're curious to whether they're easy to grab now. Let's see. Aquitaine's right there, so we could probably use that. 380, that is correct, right? This is Aquitaine, yes. Fully isolated. Let's use Provence, just because it's been occupied for longer. Pretty sure it's on fire. Yeah, 42 devastation. That will be a much better comparison point. As I just mouse over it and miss it. There it is. It's still over 300 on the acceptance. It is still pretty expensive, despite being occupied. And let's kind of use Brittany as an alternative comparison, which is at 480. So it is the fact it's been kind of burnt down and isolated has reduced its value, but not enough to where we could just grab it from them. But it has dropped. The AI is recognizing that it has less value at the moment. For the moment. I do love all the construction we have, though. Our reinvestment pool is peaking at 500k. It's actually surpassed it. Very nice. And I thought you'd love to see this. Colt Firearms Arms Industries at 42 productivity. Because we are literally paying trade centers to start exporting these and kind of forcing demand to exist on the world market. In fact, if the Anti-Russian League wouldn't get upset about it, I'd drop the embargo on Russia. Actually, no, I'll drop the embargo anyway. And the reason why I'm dropping the embargo is because Russia's actually buying the most guns from us right now. But the embargo is causing a negative to their trade advantage to actually buy them. Gonna let time tick there. And now, instead of minus 10 to trade relative advantage in Ingria, it's now plus 20. For small arms, specifically, because we have pretty much a monopoly on exporting small arms at this point. Which is fun for us, not so fun for those who are trying to buy it. Kind of build it up here in 2 states. I still don't think we're going to ever see obsessions for small arms, unfortunately. But we can make it very profitable to build up. Which is something. We also just got Zeppelins, but a war is going on. Oh! It's the second war for Italian leadership. I'm just gonna stay out of that. I just want to see what happens. 2 Sicilies may form Italy, actually. So perhaps we just we cozy up to the winter now. Yeah, I think we just cozy up to the winter now. Technologies. We're getting pretty good on this. We might actually do a military tech here. Yeah, I want to get military statistics just to get better training. The Colt company probably does want to expand small arms manufacturing, but the downside to giving them access to trade centers is that they've been more focused on buying up trade centers because those tend to be pretty productive and pay lots of dividends. But the small arms industries have been as well. In fact, apparently there's an arms industry in the Sinai. There's one in Oklahoma. We could also build some, and there's a pretty good chance the company will just buy it out from us. We're probably going to see various shifts in productivity, though, because we did just get a 5% market access price impact shift. I almost said switch. That would have been weird. We're building some of these up already, but I think we'll build some more in North Carolina and Oklahoma, too. I've pretty much paid off our debts now as well, which is fantastic. We're no longer having to worry about our debts, and we're about to get prestige paper. For whatever that's worth. There we go. I knew we'd have at least one more. Gonna kind of expand one of the armies too, so it's ready to fight in the future. Also, one moment, chat. I just need to take care of some loose ends here. Just, oh, no more rule poke. Because why not? Now they can't bother us. They still can, just not as much. No, you may not have our evangelical... Oh my god! Oh, Egypt didn't like that. That's okay, we were actually paying them money. Oh, we got a new mandate too, sweet. I don't want level 3 divine economics though. I mean, we could do level 3 divine economics, that is still an option. We could do it. This is very much an option. It's just a question of can our economy handle divine economics, and the only downside I can think of with that is we would end up increasing wages, and that would then cause the issue that we have less dividends to pay, but we have more to tax. So there's a bit of a trade-off involved. Our peasant numbers are still growing, but I'm going to go ahead and give mechanized looms to the textiles, just because we have precision tools. Introducing more precision tools will actually help the throughput slightly. While also giving us some people to employ elsewhere that will immediately get scooped up in Pennsylvania, I'm sure. We need luxury clothes. Maybe we should actually make those. Or, hear me out, we just get precision tools and start making way more luxury clothes and ceramics. Gonna shoot up furniture demand, but we can solve that no problem. We can definitely solve that. We actually don't tax dividends right now. We're on per capita taxation still. We could have tried to switch to that, but we wanted to get professional army to mass build up the army. So we've been kind of just trying to work that out for the last few years. Regional headquarters are getting closer to company headquarters throughput. Or, not throughput, wow, profits. Goodness. Too many words. Too many words. Yeah, our standard of living has kind of jumped up. It is now being modified by plus 2.9. That is primarily due to healthcare. But well, actually, I just realized the modifier is probably not being detected on that. We did just get professional army, so let's see. We still have our regulars, not our regulars. We still have our conscripts, but we're gonna go ahead and just do a massive, because the budget office is reporting that it's okay. We're gonna do a massive military expansion. We're just gonna build up a massive army. From sea to shining sea, everyone will serve. I have no idea what journal entry just finished. I'm gonna ignore it. Skyscraper. Oh, skyscraper site. And Chad, what is this? I don't know if that's something we should enact. Is that something we should be enacting? What is the gives more authority. Oh, Panama, thank you. I couldn't remember what that noise was from. So after military statistics is done, we'll research corporate governance. That'll let us get the next canal set up. Well, it is set up. Oh! I want to note, look at this. The C nodes actually activated finally. In so many versions of the game, when you get the canal finally filled, the C node still never showed. Maybe it was always there, maybe it wasn't. But now it is actively working when it is set up and good to go. Okay, that's good. I like seeing that. That pleases me. We're gonna stop. Oh, we stopped taxing services a while ago. Happy 4th of July for you, Flash. It is not quite the 4th yet in the US. So, I see, are you suggesting that we don't lower taxes, we just raise wages for the government and the army? Is this because the government has clergymen in it, by any chance? For authority. Oh yeah, it would give us more authority. But should we go ahead and raise the military wages too? Just because? Yeah, let's do it. We can afford it. We're about to do a major military expansion, right? So we've got to bribe the masses into joining the military. 13% extra throughput on our government administration buildings, and that's slowly growing as the paper switches over. Very nice to see. It'll definitely help our bureaucracy. Actually, I just saw our bureaucracy jump up by a few points, and then it dropped down because the population grew. Which is just funny. Anyway, wages have been raised. It will take a little bit of ticking time for that to fully affect. Especially because they're being modified by +4. God. Oh, they only went up about... How many levels did you go up? 1, 2... Oh, they went up by 3, so they were sitting at 25. Now they're at 28. Goodness. We are actually still making a lot of money. Which I really think just means we need more construction, even though we're probably going to start outpacing our own construction population pool. So, time to inflate the gross domestic product. No, I'm not taking advice whether this is wise or not. We're just going to do it and see what happens. And you know what? We're gonna do maximum subventions for exporting Colt Guns now. Because what could possibly go wrong by focusing a bunch of tax revenue into exporting weapons? What could possibly go wrong with that? That wouldn't cause any destabilization on the globe from highly equipped, heavily armed militaries. Definitely not funding the military-industrial complex. I would never do such a thing. Liberate Maya from Mexico? We could technically do that, but there's really no benefit out of that for us. Mexico is our subject. They're our puppet. It's kind of pointless for us to break them apart. We could try to annex Mexico through a war. Well, we could try to annex Mexico through a war, but I think that would be highly costly. Oh yeah, it's just a small price of 277 infamy, you know. Child's change. Yeah, we need that 10th, that 10th. What is... I guess France is going on a liberate the Balkans spree. Oh, you know what? This is definitely not because we started exporting a bunch of guns, but I'm going to assume it's because we started exporting a bunch of guns. And the French just bought them all. Now that I think about it, who is buying the most guns on the market? Currently the Dutch, but it's actually extremely spread out. We're kind of just dumping them on the market, and then since we basically control it, we're increasing the price. That's why it's not so expensive for us yet. That's funny. It would give us our 10th member, you're right, but I think New Granada might be persuaded. Oh, right, state transfer. I need to make a new treaty. Could give them military assistance, that is leverage generation on its own, and then we need the power block embassy. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's gonna pull New Granada into the block, and then we'll just get them. And that'll be it. Oh, we're making too much money. I mean, we're not making enough money. We're not making enough money. I would never go as far as to insinuate that we're making too much money. I would never say that. How is the Suez Canal Company doing? 10k profitability. Honestly, not that bad considering it gives us 50k a week now. The metalworks is at almost 500k. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be the most profitable thing on the earth? God, we gotta get into rubber soon. But first, more wood, because we can. Liberate Cuba? Oh yeah, we could bully the Spanish. Why liberate Cuba? Why not transfer Cuba? Because Russia would get involved. We need to build the second navy, folks. Not just a second navy, we need to get off frigates, my goodness. How are we still on frigates? Well, more evangelical clout. God, it's just 4 parties now. Still on highest tax? Yes, we are. We are still on the highest tax. We arguably could lower it, but chat's been kind of saying no, just kind of keep taxing the poor. I guess it's just God's mission to tax the poor in this game. Oh, one of our admirals died. That's not good. I just appointed an admiral. What happened to the other one? Why are you all passing away? Mexico keeps wanting independence. We might have to just put them out at some point. But we still have bolt action rifles to look forward to. We're not even making all the Colt guns we could. We're exporting more than we consume of them, mind you. They're our biggest export now because we're literally bribing trade centers to export them, and that's the only reason why they're willing to do it, even though the price difference is horrible. Apparently we're exporting groceries too. Did not see that one coming, but maybe I should have seen that one coming. Huh. That's pretty neat. Even though it's not that expensive compared to everything else, I guess. What are the laws looking like? I will give you a nice short page on what they're currently looking like, just so you can kind of look at it. You can pause real quick if you want to read it as well. You can pause the live stream for a bit at least. We haven't changed too much. I actually want to get off child labor. I'd like to give women rights too. We actually need to upgrade the workplace office. Excuse me a moment. Switching to multiculturalism would probably be good to attract more pops. It's just movements that care about that, though. We can't get anyone to support landed voting. Not that that would matter now. The clergy have just kind of taken over. You know, chat, hear me out. We could get more authority. It'd be a terrible idea, though. So let's not do that. It is one of those we could do it, but we shouldn't. Let's actually go ahead and get the first level wage subsidies, just because the evangelicals really like that. And I don't want to do old age pension because I want the workforce ratio. We're not going to increase it, like, by a lot. But the fact the unemployed could come over and still not starve to death might help. Which charters do you want, Vincent? We've kind of given... pretty much every company has an investment rights charter at this point, and the more important ones like Colt have monopoly rights and expansion. We're even paying with our own taxes a 40K to export small arms. I am funding the military industrial complex. Also, I brought the industrialists back into government just because we could. They're the only ones who are powerful anyway. We gave Colt ammunition rights. They've had ammunition rights. As you can see here in Massachusetts, Colts has been owning ammunition for decades, actually. When you first suggested it, I went ahead and did it. So, this whole time, if you've been asking for it, we already had it for quite a while. We actually are getting so much money now, I either need to drop taxes or raise construction even higher, but the problem is that our peasant numbers are starting to drop, which means we are now outpacing our population pool with construction. Oh, Japan's recognized! Go Japan! Yay! Japan's recognized. True, the workforce ratio reduction from old age pension wouldn't be that bad, but I'm biased in favor of workforce ratio being higher, so. Yeah. Oh, right, of course Japan declined it. They can't do the embassy anymore. They can't say yes. I forgot. They can't say yes. Oh well. Grain's at plus 21. Sweet, maybe we can finally hire some farmers. I know they kind of slightly helped grain a bit by increasing the demand a little, but I still feel like it suffers. And it's mainly because they changed the ratio of fertilizer to grain to where, as you're going up, the ratio from fertilizer to grain gets worse, which makes it harder to make it profitable. Use the construction pool in Japan. Time to do in Japan what you did to Mexico. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That'd be 119 infamy, so maybe not. Tennessee gets the skyscraper. I did not have that on my cards. I'm gonna be honest with you, I thought New York would get it. It has the most, urban centers, I'm pretty sure. But then again, I don't know how the game decides that very well. I just guess. Speaking of which, though, I have a fantastic idea. It's actually not a good idea at all. I was just thinking that we need to make more Colt firearms, you see. But I don't know where. You know, we can make 10 in New York. Why not? New York needs guns, right? New York can have some guns. I think that would be funny. New Granada will join us. New Granada just asked to join us. So we can finally decide on our last power block principle, and I'm only gonna suggest market unification because it gives customs union, but otherwise that's kind of it. Oh, it gives trade advantage within power block now too. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, you know, militarized industry does give a throughput bonus to arms industries. And it would make military goods cheaper for us, so we could just build up a larger army for more small arms consumption while idle. Oh, we've been subsidizing the arms industry out the nose. Freedom of movement is nice for more migration, but I don't... Considering how things have gone, I think we're fine. I actually would like advanced research for faster tech, but we're the US. We're ahead of that. Oh, true! While militarized industry gives the 10% throughput, transportation infrastructure gives 10 economy of scale cap, and that's for everything. It's not a bad suggestion. And then freedom of movement's a good suggestion too, because whenever we do get the migrations, we'll get more out of it. You can't go wrong with either choice. Which is perhaps the issue. You can't go wrong with either choice. It would allow migration within the power block at level 3. That's worth considering. I guess it's a question of, do we want to kind of do this for Colt? Because if we're doing it for Colt, then transportation infrastructure kind of helps more. Only when the arms industries are going above level 50, though. If they stay below level 50, then militarized industry would be better. Oh, I mean, you always need more pops. You can never, ever have enough pops in this game. But I'm noticing a severe lack of mass migration, so it's not an issue of, It's not an issue that we're not attracting migrants good enough. The world is not unstable enough. This is actually the downside to the AI getting better at economics and government management. You're going to see less mass migrations because you're going to see less turmoil. Because remember, a culture needs 15% or more turmoil before it can do a mass migration. So that is kind of an issue that we're at right now, is that maybe the game is now getting too stable in some cases. How about this? How about this? There's a couple of you in chat here, and we figured out how to do it. We'll just do a second poll. I will just go ahead and type those two in right now. Transportation and freedom of movement. And I'll let you guys pick between those two. I'll give you a bit of time. I'll give you until the next mandate is done in 26 months. How about that? Because then we can just pump it up to level 3 immediately. Ooh, Ching Mineral Company. How nice. Ooh. Ah, Estonian mass migration. Speaking of migration. Oh, that's funny. I love the timing on that one. Export more turmoil. I'm not sure how to do that without burning places down, but then I don't think they'll be happy with me, so... We'd solve one problem and make a new one. That's what would effectively happen. I'm enjoying our delicious pop growth of 2%. Colt is still our highest export, but it is falling. I think the reason why Colt exports are starting to fall is because we expanded the military, and it's recruited more people now. Because I see we have over 400,000 soldiers, and the recruitment process is probably done by now. And yeah, those are all consuming the Colt revolvers. So that's probably just a circumstance. We're exporting less because we're consuming more domestically. Yeah, the barracks are over 540 now. You know what? I think California needs arms industries. And you know what? Let's give it to Oregon and Washington too. Maybe some tool workshops on the side for this one though. Just build them up, you know? We gotta build up the West Coast a lot actually. It's been sorely neglected by me. By us, I should say. Technically, you all bear responsibility too, even if you don't know it yet. You technically bear responsibility here. I'm just throwing it on you. But yeah, it's all to make more Colts, and then we'll see if those are exported very efficiently. Wow. we've been streaming a while, I guess. Or, you know, it crashes and burns. And yes, Flesh, we are, last I saw, 10 subscribers away from 1K, which means if we hit 1K, the channel becomes monetized, and then I can earn 2 cents a month for playing Victoria 3. Beyond that, I have no idea what would happen. I don't think anything would change except I start to earn a couple pennies from my work. And so I can combine that with my actual work. We're actually at 18 standard of living on average now with modifiers and everything else, despite our very high taxes. So that's fun. We are going to go ahead and establish the Panama Canal Company next. We did mention that we would do this because that is going to get us another 50k income and a company slot. Technically trade advantage too, but I'm doing it for the money in the company slot, really. Definitely just for those. Hey, Mexico's no longer rebellious, it's just defiant. It's also ruled by a junta. Apparently the military couped it or something, I guess. Yeah. Actually, I'm curious. I've been meaning to test this out. Okay, law commitment can't be done on your subjects. Oh, we built the first skyscraper. I'll give it a Zeppelin while we're at it. And then I think the arms industries are already being subsidized, are they not? Or did I stop doing that? I stopped doing that at some point. Not that they need it. They don't really need the subsidies with how profitable they've been, but just because you guys are asking, I'll go ahead and do it anyway, and we'll just see what happens. The arms industries were immediately bought up by Colts firearms. Immediately just bought up. That's beautiful. And the trade centers immediately started exporting more of it, which means more tax revenue is going to it. there goes the subventions. Oh my god, we better make some money off of this. There better be money in this. I guess there's money in it for someone, just not us. Oh no, Vincent, it said, so when I moused over it, and I'll show it again with Bolivia, it said that we can't do it because there are subjects. So if I go in here, law commitment, if you see here, Bolivia is not a subject of the US. You can't do law commitment on your subjects, unfortunately, because there's already a system for that. But it is good to go ahead and note that anyways, just to kind of confirm that, yep, that's how it works. Well, until the devs go in and change things, then we have to say, actually, no, it works differently now, and this guy's a liar. But the devs would never do that, right? They would never do that. They would totally do that. Given the opportunity, they would totally do that. But yeah, I do feel like our pop growth, while it's doing good, we're not getting as many migrations. I'm just kind of noticing that. Which is technically a good thing and a bad thing. It's bad because we're not getting as many pops as the US, but it's good because it means the AI isn't messing up as much. At least that's what I think it means. Oh, French mass migration. Never mind. There's our pops. There they are. Yeah, they had the bourgeoisie and the armed forces in charge on land-based taxation, so Mexico really wants to just kind of change that law. None of them like it down there. They would prefer it to be different. Alright, let's get more wood for the furniture manufactories, because I'm feeling a little biased for that now. We're now manufacturing over 10,000 Colt revolvers and exporting over 5k for trade centers. It's that export is still growing, by the way. It's still growing. I'd love to see an obsession for it, but as far as I can tell, unless one's happened behind our back, I'm just not really seeing any. Which isn't surprising. Obsessions are hard to come by. We haven't really seen any obsessions this game, except the Armenians getting obsessed with opium, which was designed to have a higher obsession chance due to the whole it being addicting thing. Sorry, what was Russia doing there? Oh, Russia's trying to get off laissez-faire. I mean, Why would you do that, Russia? I thought you loved laissez-faire and all that. Is Qing still on the canton system? They are. I want a treaty port with you. How much would it cost for a treaty port? 240? 145 for Northern Jillian, but that Northern Jillian is like no pops. Really not worth it up there. So let's do a couple of things here. Okay, there's a couple of things they'd agree to. A lot of things they wouldn't, though. Opium. I really don't have opium for you. I really wish you wanted small arms. Is there anything you want to sell, maybe? Fabric? 23. Grain for 10. Ooh, tea! Plus 68. Okay, yeah, sure. Go nuts. We might be able to get a treaty port here in that case. I just need to be willing to give them a lot of money as well, I think. Giving Qing money couldn't go wrong, right? There's no way Qing would suddenly get really rich and wealthy or anything like that. Oh, good. The game recognizes I can't make tea. Fantastic. You wanted to give me fabric too, but I export fabric. How about grain? I really don't care. I don't care if my grain price is full. I really couldn't care less about that. That's only all it gets us to plus 8. Goods transfers wouldn't help any further. Actually, in saying that, I don't even need the grain. That wouldn't change it. Is it only dye they care about here? Yeah, okay. I kind of want to be able to import dye, but dye is like the only thing. I could promise to not import or export dye. And we don't really import and export it at the moment, but... I guess, why not? And then it's an 85 chance. Yes! We have bribed our way into a treaty port that I only put for 5 years because I'm an idiot. But we have a treaty port in a territory with lots of angry people. Does this have a port at least? It does, okay. Oh, but it's using the Qing market, which has none of this, so I need to, carefully switch some of it around. Hang on. There we go. Apparently the moment we bought it, it immediately switched everything in Nantong over to our way of construction. Wait. Do I get the construction in Nantong, or does... I assume I do. I do, okay. Wait, Wait, I get the construction, but it uses the resources in Qing. Okay. I'm on board. I'm down for that. I'm on board for this. And we're just gonna subsidize that one there. And we'll see how far it goes. Can I do decrees? I can. I just don't have anything I need. All right, mandate. Time's up. What did you guys vote for? 6 votes. 4 from freedom of movement. Okay. We'll do freedom of movement then, because that's what got voted. So we will see how that goes. We need more textiles, food. We need more of everything, really. Which sounds like a fantastic time. We could even build in Nantong if we were really feeling up to it. We might build up the treaty port at a later date. For now, I'm just gonna focus on getting the trade centers there up and running, which we're just gonna have to pay for because I'm pretty sure they're gonna just perform really poorly for a long time. Yes, they're importing small arms. That's exactly what I was hoping to cause. Yay! We're using a treaty port to flood China with guns. This can't go wrong. Who would think that exporting a wholly ungodly amount of guns into China would cause problems? I can't see why that would cause any problems whatsoever. Ooh. How much rubber is there on the world market? As soon as I remember to pick something here. Oh, let's get aniline spreading to us technologically. Okay, aniline spreading, so we'll just ignore that. Yeah, I could go for more influence. I could go for more influence. Oh, it's actually struggling to recruit, Pops. Interesting. Maybe it'll raise its wages later, but it could also just be a qualification issue. Needs clerks for full employment. Yeah, it just needs more clerks. In fact, I am going to cancel one of our greener grass campaigns. We are going to start a social mobility decree in Nantong to make them smarter so we can get more trade going. Minus 25 infamy option. I mean, yeah, the colonization one, we could do that, but we're not going to war that much now. We're just trying to export our guns with a great advantage because of treaty ports. Oh! Hey, chat, you know what's funny? We're also getting plus 50 from religion because we control the Nantong port. And it's doing the full import. I don't know if it should be working like that, but it is. And then the treaty port's covering most imports. We've got privileges. The only way this would get better is if we were on a trade league instead. But we should actually get the Panama Canal Company at some point. A keyword is at some point. I don't know when that will happen. Hopefully it's soon. More treaty ports, maybe. Qing is kind of the best treaty port to get, though, because we can kind of just flood their market with stuff. I mean, look at this. We're causing them to import over 800 guns right now. Honestly, the Qing market is mostly dependent on importing weapons now. Wait. Hey, chat. Our treaty port is importing so many small arms, we are now making the arms industries unprofitable in Qing. Because their inputs are too expensive. So, we're starting to cause a problem where they can't build their guns and they have to rely on importing their guns for their standing army. Oh, that's good. That is so good. I hope that grows. Well, we'll check back in on it in a bit. Actually, we need to decide if we want to pass a new law. We have homesteading still, which is great for the farmers, but we can switch to commercialized agriculture. Not that it really matters. The trade unions still haven't appeared all game. I'd like to note that. Trade unions have not appeared all game. Oh, we actually might not. Oh, yes, free trade. That was mentioned before, right? Let's go grab that then. We don't need protectionism anymore. Just free trade. Give us more trade advantage. Yes. We'll get free trade first, because that should affect our treaty port in Qing, which should make that treaty port even better. I know we said we were going to come back to it, but I had to come back to it anyway. Oh my god, the arms industry in Ningxia is now paying basically no wage just to stay productive. It has to pay them literally starvation wages just to stay profitable. Treaty port in Japan? Ah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, we already have a ongoing treaty with them here, so we might have to do a new one. 290, yikes. That's a lot, and we already have some agreements with them, but we can get up to 50 from goods transfer, so that's something we can utilize a bit here. Maybe something they want to export. Seeing a lot of question marks, a lot of downvotes. No. Uh-oh. The Japanese might not have anything they want to really do except engines, so that's a +2. Sulfur is +1. And I don't think they're not really doing much trade either, so we could do a war for it, but the problem is that they might revoke it afterwards. Plus, they really like us. Also, I don't know if I can demand treaty port as the direct one now. Oh, no, there it is. Sure, why not? Yeah, I figured we'd be going to war, which means we're gonna lose our, agreements with them. Well, that's okay. Maybe they back down in the end. They probably won't, but oh well. Oh, time to send the double navy over. Oh. Don't send the navy yet. We have torpedo boats. We got torpedo boats before we got monitors. How did that happen? I actually can't upgrade them. Great. I need monitors first. We could do investment rights too. I'm just worried that after 5 years, that after 5 years they'll just revoke it. They're trying to get 142k. Oh, they backed down. So we now have the Nagasaki Treaty Port for 5 years. After that, there's a chance they break it because, you know, it won't be enforced anymore. And that's kind of my concern, is that there's nothing stopping them from just breaking it in 5 years. But we'll try to improve relations with them anyway. Although we kind of lost all of our relations when they left. Which isn't great, but oh well. We shall deal with it. So we only got the port then, we didn't get the investment rights, but that's okay. We got the port as requested. And we'll have to get the ongoing turmoil there down before it works. But now we have 2 treaty ports right here side by side. And we just got mass scale trading unlocked. Just switch these over here really quick. So that means we will now get another 50% traded quantity for more merchant marine. So trade is about to kind of go a little sideways here for us because suddenly everything is going to increase in volume and that's going to mess up the trade numbers. So it's going to have to kind of fire some folks, downgrade some trades, and then it will be profitable again. So we'll check back on it in a couple of weeks. Because at the moment it's not going to be accurate. That does include the trade center in Nantong, in China, though. But that seems to be profitable again already. It's actually importing more guns. Is that going to hold? It looks like it's holding for now. We'll have to check back later. Oh no, Andrew Carnegie passed away. Now Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt is leading the industrialists. I love it. Why is opium so expensive? Wait, why do we have opium? I mean, I guess we have pops here that are obsessed with opium, so it makes some sense. But it's kind of funny that it's here. And we still have mostly tobacco that we... Apparently... Okay, I've neglected our cash crops so much. Even though the US has the potential to make lots of tobacco, we are importing tobacco. Because I've just failed to build it up this whole time. Theodore Roosevelt, as far as the game's concerned, he usually appeared as, like, with the bourgeoisie, I believe. Or the intelligentsia. I think those were the 2 usual ones. I think it may have defaulted to the industrialists, because the other 2 are very weak right now. That is just a guess, though. That could be a very wrong guess. Trying to find places to make more tobacco, so we import tobacco less. But we are actually running out of pops. Which is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. We're also running out of bureaucracy, I see, but what else is new? I do feel like our economy has slowed down a little. Actually, it did dip a little, huh? Guess something went wrong. Oh, right, trade fluctuated. Of course something went wrong. We're also now exporting over 7,000 guns. I don't think we'll get any obsessions out of it. We're importing a lot of luxury goods, but that's okay. We're just going to move to macroeconomics then, get that last company and the market access price impact boost, and then we'll just work on a bunch of the companies over here, or production techs over there. So how is the arms industry doing now? It's actually paying better wages. The demand here, I guess, went up. But it's also suffering because it has, like, oh, it has no one employed, that's why. Trying to see if there's been any obsession generation in their country. I don't see it, though. Yeah, get me film tech. Just make it easier. Oh no, the game's crashed a third time. Man, this game is not happy with us, but at least we've gotten almost to the 1886. Oh wow, it's past 7, so we might need to wrap this up. We have actually been streaming for over 4 hours now. This is something we could continue in a second stream at a later date, though. That would be fun. But let's pop back in real quick, see where we are, drop a save. Kind of go from there. Surely 1 more hour wouldn't hurt. I mean, maybe not, but I do need to eat dinner at some point. I've had a lunch break at work, but I do kind of need to eat at some point. Otherwise, my standard of living is going to fall. And that would be really bad. Dinner and Vicky 3 at the same time. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I've kind of follow a rule to not bring food to the computer desk. Otherwise, it could cause a mess. It could hurt the computer. Eat some Colt revolvers. Ah, yes. Why didn't I think of that? I could just eat my trusty Colt revolver. That'll keep me going. Thank you for the suggestion. I didn't consider it. Standard of living just fell. Standard of living's back up because of game initialization. All right, look, I'll give you at least 15 more minutes. How about that? I can give you 15 more minutes just to see the treaty port fluctuation for more. Just to let it go a bit longer. Oh, wow, we're importing a lot of paper on our treaty port now, which is fine. It's still profits for whoever owns it, which is apparently just us. The U.S. government. I set it to privatize, but I guess... Oh, right. We don't have... It's in the Qing market, and we don't have investment rights, do we? No. We are... I forgot we've been paying Qing 30k for this. Which I just find to be hilarious. Investment rights in Qing. Isolationism. Which is just Qing being Qing. How much do I have to pay you for it? More than I can bargain for, I guess. We could just get more tea from them. They apparently need steel now. I can't imagine why. Already owe them an obligation, so we can't do that. I'm not going to prohibit the trade of fabric. I actually need to be able to trade that. Oh, they are still in the Canton system. Right. New idea. What if we force Qing to adopt free trade? Maybe not force, but, you know, coerce. Then again, if they stay like that with treaty ports, technically we have a monopoly. You know what? Technically we have a pseudo-monopoly on trade in Qing. Because it's either coming out of Western Guangdong or our treaty port. Because Eastern Guangdong here is no longer a treaty port because the treaty ended after 5 years, which sucks, and is why I feel like the war with Japan for their treaty port was kind of useless, but oh well. I digress. Groceries are expensive again. Guess who's gonna build groceries? Guess who's gonna have the game lag because I tried to do it literally everywhere. We'll build up the west coast here. That way it does a little bit better. And of course, we cannot forget our gold mines. Who would ever forget their gold mines? Wait, oh, whoa, hang on. The North German Federation formed. Prussia actually managed to do something. They managed to actually do something. It's the great comeback. I don't know how they intend to get beyond this point, but... Hey, Britain, you want some military assistance? Oh, they actually agreed to the... Yeah, trade rights. Awesome. Wasn't sure if they would. Okay, the economy's doing good again. It's growing. We don't need to worry as much now. Not that I was worried. Why would I be worried about the economy? Breton mass migration? Oh, this trade center is almost full, so... That's pretty good. Anyway, back to negotiating for the investment rights, because I want them to be able to buy up those trade ports. Or trade centers, whatever you call them. Do this, and... D. That gets us to minus 13, which isn't enough, though. You know, tariffs and no subventions on these, though. That gets us to 27. It's 92%. There we go. There we go. We could do it for the treaty port, but I think what's going to happen is, just like what's going to happen in Japan, the moment the timer is up in 3 years, they're just going to revoke it, and when they revoke the treaty port is no longer in effect. Which is really problematic if we want to keep it. But now we have investment rights in China. We just negotiated that. Which means our investment pool can now build in China, but it can also buy things up in China. Oh. So Britain started a war with Germany, right? Well, Germany decided it was going to double whammy this and escalate it by starting a war against France for unification. So this is about to be a very bloody war in Europe, and Austria's just kind of sitting here having the time of its life, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna just stay out of that bloodbath. We'll watch, but we're gonna stay out of it. Yeah, they withdrew from the other declaration we had too. Ooh! Ooh, that was Ukrainian mass migration from Russia. Hang on. Ooh. There we go. There's the turmoil that we were looking for. There's the problematic situations that would cause mass migration. We just needed to have a massive war in Europe. We just had to have a really large war in Europe. All is well again. And we're just going to pick the option from the slavery debate there that keeps the southern landowners suppressed indefinitely so they can never come back. Just because. I find it very funny that the trade unions have not shown up once this game at all. Ooh, all that iron import. Very nice. We have 1 million reinvestment, and the biggest chunk of that is regional company HQs. Arguably, we should probably get more construction at that point. I could just let the private construction queue take the wheel, but that would probably be a terrible idea. Usually because it starts to go a little insane and just starts building like dozens to hundreds of levels in a single state at a time, which is unplanned, usually. And that usually ends poorly. We export almost 10,000 Colt revolvers. We could probably import lots of silk at this point. We have a trade center in Jing, so I'm actually going to switch 3 textile mills over. 3 sets of them over to importing silk, and what should hopefully happen is we'll demand silk from the world market, which apparently is already exporting a lot, mainly from Britain. Mainly from Britain, that's weird. And we'll just import it and use it. Trade center is actually capped out now, so we're gonna build it up by another 70 levels. Yay! I'm not crazy. But it is getting double the number of clerks now, which is cool. Actually, are these still serfs? Are they considered serfs or free? Oh, wow. It's following our laws. Okay, so these are actually free pups. Good to know. Good to know. You're right, we have 18.8 soul and very high per capita taxes. I could drop taxes, and it would go, it would get higher, but we just expanded construction instead, so, eh. So, how is Germany doing in these wars? One war has caused the casualties of a lot. Same against France. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of dead people by the time this is over. Two Sicilies is trying to conquer its way into forming Italy, and Austria is once again intervening, but actually intervening on the side of Two Sicilies. Interesting. Interesting. Just gonna weasel our way in a little. State religion difference. That's why we haven't been able to leverage them over. Maybe we'll drop that defense pact in a few years then, but I'm just cozying up to Sicily so we can invest in them for a lot of good fun, as we say. I'm sorry, communist movement? Communist? Why are communists appearing? We have a great country. There's no need for a communist movement. It shouldn't be that strong. 13. It's not that bad. It's okay. Calm down. A communist agitator just randomly spawned. I think it's because we have state religion and corporate state, both of which they strongly oppose. That could be why. Null state. Wow, why is meat so expensive? Is it because we're using it? It's because we're using it. At least that explains it. There we go. Problem solved. Can we accident the agitator? Maybe, but, you know, I'm a little curious to see what he'll get up to first. It is kind of funny, and even if we get rid of him now, the movement's still going to be around, so why don't we just see what he does? I mean, we can always get rid of him later, so, you know, let's get rid of him now, get rid of him later. The results are the same. So I'm noticing the Panama Canal having trouble buying things. It's slowly buying things, but it seems to be having trouble. Oh, it's buying stuff in China now. So no, don't worry, it's okay. It's found its calling. I'm just gonna hide the political movements for now because it's such a long tab. It's a good tab to look at, but it is really long at the moment. Sweet. We're starting to force them to import a lot of clothes, too. They're technically importing over 1,000 guns still, but that hasn't really changed. I don't think too much will change on it, actually. Oh. Huh. Okay, sound just broke. Give me a moment. The game's audio has suddenly vanished. I don't know where it went. I think the game's had enough of our shenanigans. Free trade's probably worth it. Okay, so, the sound has now broken in the game. The sound has now broken, which is a slight problem. What time are we at? We're at almost 7:30, so we might call it here and do another stream probably later next week when I have time for it. It will also give time, judging by the date, for them to get more 1.9.6 fixes out. I mean, no sound might not be a major problem, but it's throwing me off, and now you don't hear the game. You just hear me talking and rambling in the background instead, with absolutely nothing going on. In a way that's just really weird. Although I did want to show that Qing is becoming dependent on importing things like clothes, and it's our trade center that's doing all the importations. Which I think is really funny. Suddenly dependent on import of small arms as well. There are small arms manufacturers do exist, but they don't pay good wages, even though they're owned by Colt now. Oh, you can hear it? That is weird. Why can I not hear it? Oh! You see, I know why. Either my headset's turned off, or my headset has now died because of the battery. So, that's what we're seeing. Good news, game didn't break. Bad news, I might be running out of battery. Okay. We are figuring out what's going on then. Do you guys want to give everyone 25% increase in wages that follows the state religion? That would be Divine Economics 3. It technically comes with a risk, but we could do it for fun. We're kind of at that economic stage where it would be fine. It'll just raise standard of living, which is going to slow pop growth, which could be a concern. But we might be at the stage of the game where we're starting to care less about that. Oh, Germany won the war for Alsace-Lorraine. Good for them. But yeah, why don't we do it? We'll just pop it in, and we will actually monitor some Protestant bureaucrats who were actually already about to go up in their wages and just saw their net income double. Not really double. Well, it was the net income, so yeah, that's technically right. Spanish mass migration from Britain. I don't know if that's how that's supposed to work, but okay. You are going to see reinvestment did just drop below 1 million now, but our income taxes just saw a notable jump. It'd be funny if we start converting Han Pops to the Protestant church. I think we can, as long as Protestants are yeah, correction, we are. I don't think it bleeds over into the rest of the state unless we were to give it back, but a couple Yankees showed up and started, you know, I guess giving them the good word, as they say. Oh, you know what we should also do, just to boost qualifications further? We should build like 10 universities here. Just because. Why not? We can do it, might as well. Ooh, yes. Why don't we just expand Texas? It says it doesn't have the qualifications. I disagree. Surely it can have plenty of people. Just like we're about to make even more fertilizer and grain. Even though that might not be wise. And now we can use all that iron that we've probably not been using. And I'm sure these are just suffering. Yeah, suffering from success, yeah. Not too badly, though. Not too badly. I am really running out of pops to employ here. We really need to raise our workforce ratio. Where's the trade union when you need them? I've been actually trying to privatize the trade centers in Nantong, but our investment pool just isn't buying. Yeah, it's just not buying it. Which, that might change as time goes on. But they're probably just buying other stuff right now. I am seeing the investment pool drain a little. It kind of drained and then it started building back up. So they have been buying things. Actually, in saying that, yeah, they've definitely been buying things in China. In some states, we own 20% of it. We do owe them an obligation now, though. I don't know how that's working. Their economy has grown, though, since we started doing all of this. Or so I assume. So that's neat. Might also be because we forced an increase in trade, which is just forcing more activity. Hard to say, really. Yeah, I know they're marginalized. The evangelicals have so much clout that the trade union is just struggling to exist. Sure, I like a power block embassy in Brazil. Why not? We have 20 standard of living now while still sitting on very high taxes. It's quite funny. Even though a lot of that is modification, so our economy isn't really reflecting our standard of living because a lot of that is modified standard of living, so it's a little off. Not very accurate. I know what we're going to do next, though. We're going to switch to machined steel tools, even though that's going to have consequences we can't predict. And we're just going to deal with the consequences. Ah, there it is. No rubber. So, we're just going to go on an investment spree for rubber, then. Because we can. Yeah, they'll probably be marginalized till it's passed, but we're going to get free trade passed here. Which, as far as exporting things like the Colts go, it's not really going to do much. In fact, we're not really... What it's really going to do is... Oh! I did not know that you got trade advantage from your treaty ports on your, the other way around over here. This is something I did not know. This is something I now know and will take great usage to abuse. Potentially abuse. But it's going to help make this just a little more profitable. Not by too much, though. There's probably a cap on it. Because it is a lot of relative advantage. But it basically means it's making it very difficult for other nations to export small arms. Like, really difficult. And, as expected, free trade is giving us trade advantage in our treaty port. Fantastic. Which just makes it minus 22% import price, so it's just really cheap to import. Oh, let's go for primary school really quick, and then we can change off homesteading because we can actually get level 5 religious schools. Which would be very nice. Oh, what did Qing withdraw from? Qing withdrew from a treaty. I don't know what it was, but it was in the Convention of Nashville, which is the one I care about. Oh well. We have too many treaties. I can't track them. I didn't even name them. Do you think I know what they're saying? Hey, Mexico is defiant again. Well, I'm glad to see they haven't decided to like us yet. Oh, Panama, come on. Panama's just kind of struggling with its productivity because it bought things like ports, but those ports are not productive. So it's just kind of suffering in the background now. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to wait until they can get their act together. Colts Firearms makes over 200k now with all the subventions. And the Food Syndicate is now the most profitable. Metalworks actually fell. I assume Metalworks fell, though, because it suddenly had to be switched over to rubber, which is very expensive, and precision tool prices came down. Which doesn't surprise me that much. Ooh, French mass migration. There we go. That's very good. You know what? What if we just kind of went on an investment spree inside Qing? Just hear me out. Investment spree inside Qing. and then use our treaty port to export things. I don't think it's going to work that well, but it hasn't stopped me from building it up yet. So we'll just try. Yes, I was going to say no to the construction sectors at first, and then I noticed that we're actually able to cover this, so the answer is now yes instead. I had to recheck the map a bit there. I was a little confused. Wait. Oh, you're a great power. We have so many companies. That's silly. All right, not enough joking around here. What if I send you stuff? Maybe you want... No? You're all good? Really? +4... +2. Really? Okay. I was just going to try to get investment rights in France for fun. We still have investment rights in Britain, though, so there's that. That's probably why Britain's GDP is almost 300 million, despite losing most of India. Although it looks like they reclaimed some of it. Oh, Pedro's still alive. Good for him. We also have plenty of rubber now, it looks like, or at least enough to where it's no longer a disaster. So, yep, company profits are back up. Which is always good. Well, some company profits are back up, some of them are still down. We're actually about to run out of bureaucracy again. We have, in some ways, actually run out of it when it comes to taxes. We now have a reactionary movement as well, so that's fun. And Qing is going to war against Britain's empire, so here comes the small arms demand, I'm sure, as they mobilize. Or at least the small arms profits. Although, considering the trade center's in the Qing treaty port, it might just get blockaded to death, and that's gonna suck. But I suppose that's not my problem. Technically Qing's problem. Technically Qing's problem. Sort of my problem, too. If I want it to stay productive and profitable at all times. But that's okay, right? We have more mandates now, but I can't use them anymore. Oh well, at least we have the mandates. Yeah, I'm probably building way more iron mines in Qing than I need to, but they were actually importing a lot. And they actually have a lot of construction. 7K from construction. Qing is actually, like, building. That's a little scary. We might be making a big mistake here. I'm gonna keep making this mistake. I just wanted to note that. No, Robert Lee is still busy. He's gonna be busy until the day he dies. He's 83 and he hasn't come back. I can't even arrange an accident for him. He's just vanished into thin air. I mean, technically Qing might like it, but it's really hard to say. I don't think the AI accounts for it that much. I don't think they do. That doesn't mean they don't. But I'm kind of working with an assumption that they don't. Qing actually has too much iron now. I love it. Ah! Success! The Panama Canal Company is now prosperous. So, do we get Standard Oil next? I mean, there are a lot of options we could go for, but I'm kind of thinking Standard Oil. Just because it's Standard Oil. We don't have to decide right away, but You know, 60% more throughput bonus on oil is pretty juicy. Plus the railway throughput that we're gonna get. Prestige clothes, that's an option too. That's an option too. But that productivity, anyway. Technically we could do the one for furniture and glass too. That would allow us to make stylish furniture. It really comes down to what we want to make. We do technically have one more company unlock in 3 years anyway, so I could still get standard oil. There is technically the United Fruit Company as well. But we need to build banana plantations for that, and I'm not really into doing it a second time here. Already did that once, we don't need it again. You think prestige clothes, Vincent? Does anyone else think otherwise, maybe? Or, I mean, I can always switch it out later. We could pop it on and switch it out. I could actually give them cotton plantations, so it's not a bad idea. It wouldn't be prestige cotton, which is what I'm wanting, but if we go for every kind of prestige item, we'll never be done with this. Why not? And of course, we are going to give them a monopoly as soon as I find the authority for this, because I need to provoke some more greener grass campaigns. Where are they all? Oh, we don't need it in Panama anymore. I'll take that off. There we go. Monopoly rights on prestige clothes. They are a member of the bourgeoisie for now. They're already buying textile mills overseas. Fantastic. Good to see. Oh, I stopped constructing, but the construction pool took it over completely, so I guess it's fine. We do need more glass now, though. Just because we're kind of using a lot more glass. Then maybe we build more stuff up in Ching. I don't know what to build up. I guess we could give them coal. I don't know if they'll use that coal. Oh, they have like a level 30 coal mine here. Oh, even better. Carnegie Steel Company has set up shop in Ching. Have any of our other companies done the same? I'm curious now. Yep, Metalworks has done it. Foodworks hasn't, but we could change that. Oh, they've already been building here. Oh, their tea company has rights to it. Oh, okay, interesting. I did not see that coming. We are giving Ching craft paper, though, which they might appreciate. And then, of course, Colts Firearms will try to set up shop, but I don't think it'll go well. But they can try. How expensive are clothes in Ching? Still pretty expensive. I noticed that there were imports for it. So building up a few textile mills would go. Oh, yes, they need to be given the investment rights too. You are absolutely correct. We just need more, Yes. I'm actually going to stop suppressing in Nagasaki. I don't care as much for that. So we'll just pop that on there, and now they have it. Which will allow them to make regional HQs. They don't have the assets yet, but they could buy them up pretty quick. If given enough time, they could buy them up and do it. We'll see how long it takes. The investment pool is pretty healthy, but there's only so many actions it can do at once, I believe. New York's just home to 3 different company HQs. Oh! The Metalworks has an average annual wage of $546. The clergymen working here are as rich as the capitalists themselves. They are literally as rich as the capitalists. They're buying hundreds of guns too, so that's awesome. I guess we could fund lobbies to keep them interested. We have the cash reserves. We can just stop once our cash reserves run out. There's actually already a Qing American society that has most of their clout. It actually does already exist. So we're just working to expand it, I guess. Oh! The trade unions exist. They actually exist. How funny. They managed to show up after all. Yeah, I really have to consider automation at this point. Just all kinds of automation. Which I don't mind. I just didn't think we'd get to this point, but I thought we'd give women rights, and that didn't happen either, so... I mean, do we want the trade union for anything? They have some interesting ideas, at least. Right! The evangelicals wouldn't be very happy if we gave women rights, huh? That could be a problem. Funny thing about the evangelicals having 52% of your clout, I guess. They don't exactly intend to share it. Another reactionary. How interesting. A cotton plantation expansion. Yeah, apparently we're not doing that at all. I had kept meaning to do it. I had kept planning to do it. At this point, the evangelicals have so much clout that they've basically told me that my suggestion is very funny and I should get back to doing actual work. As a nice way to put it. Yeah, at this rate, I'm going to have to just do mass automation. Oh my god. We're probably going to do that in a short minute here. If we're still doing it by then. I did not mean to record this long, but you guys kind of convinced me to keep going. Hey, the hand crank machine gun. We don't need it at this point, but I'm happy to have it. Actually, we'll probably need it. Oh! Have fun, China. I'm not getting involved in that. Oh, did we were guaranteeing their independence, weren't we? We suddenly just withdrew from that, I'm guessing. Because I suddenly don't have investment rights anymore. Maybe I misread that. Let me set that up really quick. Don't worry, I can fix it. Oh, I can't do them now, the articles, because we have free trade enacted. Interesting. Because we're probably guaranteeing their independence or something, huh? They're cautious right now. Yeah, I definitely broke a treaty article without realizing it. I definitely did that. Yeah, because they're not very happy now. They're pretty cautious, so we definitely messed something up there. I can agree to not trade fruit. I don't care about fruit. Honestly, I could just not export fruit. I could just not export wine, too. I don't care about those. I'll agree to those in order to get my investment rights back. Extra military buffing production methods. Do we even have any of those that we need to do? I mean, we've got first aid, I guess, that needs to be done for some of them. But nothing that would increase our consumption yet. Oh, I see. We didn't do the luxurious supplies. That is something we definitely needed to do. Although that's usually when they're mobilized, so... Fair enough. So is Qing going to war or are they backing down? I think they're going to go to war. That should be interesting. We'll kind of see how it unfolds there. We'll at least give... I'm not going to say we're going to give Qing an economic edge, but we'll level the playing field a little. Although, whether they actually are able to employ these railroads is a completely separate question. I'm just enjoying the fact that we're releasing the top 10 GDPC despite being really weird about it. Because we've definitely gone about this in a weird way. I love how the Our Nation, Our Culture journal entry still exists. If we ignore it, maybe it'll go away. Maybe it'll go away. It probably won't go away, but we can try to ignore it. I think Qing is still going to lose, because I think they're still using a lot of, like, line infantry, and... Oh, no, they're still using a lot of irregulars, yeah. Qing never, really modernized, I see. Oh, but they're buying 3,000 small arms now, so they might be trying to modernize their military for the war. I think it's going to be too little too late, but, you know, they can try. So is this regime change and anything else? Just, this entire war is for just regime change, okay. I feel like that's a weird choice, but have fun. So do you own any regional HQs? You do, including in China. Sweet. That's some good reinvestment right there. Bankroll Qing. I mean, yeah, we could. I mean, technically we are bankrolling Qing 16K in exchange for having investment rights in their country. So it's kind of, it's like a bankroll. Not quite, but it kind of is. I do see that the evangelicals lost some clout, probably because the executives changed, but it might also be because... Oh yeah, commercialized agriculture wasn't done. We should probably get that done, huh? Yeah. What else can we do at this point? I think we're almost at 5 hours here. So I definitely need to kind of hit the stopping point and actually go find food. Or I will just starve slowly. But I do see the trade center in Nantong suddenly filled up with pops, so I want to at least let it take a few more weeks just to see it grow for fun. It does seem like Qing kind of gave in pretty fast there, got beaten down pretty fast. So they are buying a lot less guns now, but... Apparently the import price is minus 34% for us at the trading port, so it's still profitable despite being extremely cheap. Isn't that fun? Power block statues, that is something we could build. What would that do for us? It would employ clergymen. I apologize for what you're about to hear. You're gonna hear lots of celebration. Put it that way. Lots of celebration. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Okay, and we will not do that again. But those power block statues will be for next time. Man, our GDP is really starting to stutter out because we never got women in the workforce to greatly increase our productivity levels. Oh, no. I mean, this is funny, though. We've been having a fun time, and that's the most important thing, is a fun time. And the fact that all of Qing's imports and exports, almost all of them, are pretty much our trade center that we just bought out is just really funny. Meanwhile, the New York Trade Center isn't as large, but it trades more because of its domestic bonuses and the fact that the corporations own it all. It's even exporting. New York is even exporting 3,000 guns with a 28% relative advantage. Although that's only because I'm paying them money to do it. Next Thursday, more Vicky 3 stream. I would have to look at my work schedule and personal schedule of my family to determine that. I will try to schedule it at least a day in advance to give people some kind of, forewarning before it actually happens. But yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and kind of leave it here in 1892. Kind of let it update a bit more, and then try to just continue it and see how much further we get. We haven't seen any obsessions with the small arms, but we are exporting almost 10,000, which is really fun. I just haven't seen any obsessions really occur. Kind of in general, really. We haven't really noticed any obsessions the whole game. I don't know if any have. Aside, again, from the Armenians, because they got obsessed with opium, apparently. Which happened. But a lot of the others, either they don't have an obsession, or they have an obsession that's normal. Oh, hey, Italy formed. So that's pretty cool. Italy exists. Oh, okay, there you go. Persians are obsessed with luxury clothes. Not what we were looking for. But that is technically an obsession that developed. So, it technically qualifies. But yeah, I'm not seeing any actual obsessions for small arms. Only the pseudo-obsession for it that we have effectively manufactured by making prestige small arms. Which, at least we have groups of capitalists consuming hundreds of them. Persian treaty port next time. Maybe, yeah, that's something we could look into among other things. And just for a small, funny side note, groceries make up 81% of our basic food needs. Because it's all prestige groceries. So that's pretty fun. That plus 7% base price despite us producing more than we consume. And once we get macroeconomics, we'll probably just see a better standard of living. Honestly, if we dropped taxes to normal, or even dropped them lower, our standard of living would go up by several points and the economy would follow with it. But with all that said, thank you all for coming, and thank you all for attending, especially those of you who stuck around for almost 5 hours. I hope you all had a lot of fun with this, and I will see you all